What's going on, guys? We are going to be running through some replays here. We've got lots from the new player tournament. I've got a fair few that were just entertaining games, things I need to learn from ladder. I'm not sure where we're going to start exactly. We could watch some of... I actually really want to watch this replay. Pont going up against Piston here. You've got the Dark Elves. You've got Khorne, and usually pretty Dark Elf favored. This matchup is very difficult for Khorne because there's so much kite that you have to contend with, and a lot of it is really good against your lords and your mobility. Not a whole lot you can do to keep those safe either. There's just such an overwhelming amount of firepower on the field usually that you're gonna be overwhelmed somewhere. The key to winning this matchup is to minimize losses as Khorne and to just desperately hold on to points. This is usually an objective-based matchup, on the Khorne side at least. Got a ton of Marauders coming in here. Two Chaos Warriors, both Warriors on the outside here. Maybe just going to be focusing on holding the home objective. Not a bad idea. It does leave the middle force a little weak when it comes to the armor. So the Blackguard Corsair handbows could have a great time poking these Marauders here. And they should be able to get some pretty respectable value just poking through the shields on these guys. Skulltaker doing a little bit of twirling out here, trying to avoid Scourgerunner Chariot fire. Not being pounded badly at all right now. The Marauder Horsemen getting shot up a little bit, though. They're not doing too hot against these Scourgerunner Chariots. You can see quite a few of them being gunned down here. You've got all these guys looking to peel away. They do a pretty good job of dodging the throwing axes. Khorne really doesn't have great ways of punishing stuff like this. For the Scourgerunner Chariots, your best bet is usually Skull Cannons. But those do have some pretty serious limitations on them, I would say. Maybe against Dark Elves who have, units that don't have very big HP pools, you might be able to get some work done. With Skull Cannons, I'm just not 100% sure on that, though. A lot of firepower going down on Skulltaker. He does get a good shot in against this Scourgerunner Chariot, though. Losing quite a bit of health. One of those models very close to going down, potentially, which would be pretty nice. I mean, it's not going to save you by any means, but reducing the damage efficiency of the Scourgerunner Chariots is very important. So Skull Crushers moving up, Marauders. This front line is getting very tangled up here. You gotta be good about your spacing. Give your units their orders and make sure that you press space every now and then to get a good heads-up display of what exactly folks are doing. Khorne landing in against the Marauders, not entirely necessary. She does get smacked up pretty badly. Locus of Fury giving Skulltaker some great weapon strength, even without the Slayer Sword here. With Locus, he's getting up over 600 very, very easily. Add in Hellblade once he's got that charged up, and he'll be up around 800 pretty consistently using those abilities. Beautiful Rampage here. Wait, no, is this? Oh, this is the AOE actually. Buffing up the Sisters of Slaughter here. Getting that gaze, they get the weapon strength, they also get a bunch of leadership and a lot of melee attack. Plus 24 melee attack, getting him up to 61 to match their defenses here. Khorne doing some good damage, but you got Karanak in here. Karanak putting a smackdown on her with the assistance of Skulltaker. Piston staying really close here. Skull Crusher's also getting up into the Dark Riders a little bit right now. Marauders just can't catch anything. They're stuck out in open field against handbows and Scourgerunners. They're never going to be able to get a whole lot of work in that way. Going down pretty badly. The Skull Crusher's doing good damage, but the Knights of the Ebon Claw come in as a pretty solid counter, and you got a lot of firepower starting to focus in on them right now. Scourge Runner Chariots on either flank. You got more Coldwood Knights coming in. Sorceress of Fire being the choice for magic, with Flaming Sword of Ruin and Cascading Fire Cloak. I do like the Cascading Fire Cloak. Flaming Sword of Ruin's a little bit bad, and Burning Head, I don't know about that against Khorne in general. You just get so much damage mitigation from the spell resistance, and a lot of these units do have really good armor. Even the basic, we don't have any more basic Marauders on the field, really. They're all just about run off, but even these guys have a decent amount more than their compatriots. Yeah, see, I mean, the Burning Head goes down. Chaos Warriors, they just don't even care. Chaos Warriors are a little too bunched up, though, here. You don't want to leave units stacked on top of one another in the front line. Pulling one of these Chaos Warriors over to cover this flank a little bit would be a good idea, just because there are Scourge Runners over here. And you do have the Flesh Hounds on the other side, but Flesh Hound's getting bodied by the Knights of the Ebon Claw right now. They crumble one out, and now they're just fighting this other Flesh Hound. I was looking to stand toe-to-toe against one of the scarier elite cavalry pieces in the game. I mean, these guys have a decent amount of HP for only 48 models, and their stats are incredible. 65, 54, great charge bonus, damn good weapon strength, and a ton of armor, which is very hard for Flesh Hounds to get through. Flesh Hounds, compared to a lot of doggo-type units, actually do have good AP values, despite being a majority non-armor piercing. Despite that, it's only 20 damage, and Knights are mitigating all of the base weapon strength of that armor, basically. Very hard to actually get through that. Skull Taker with a decent amount of value, but you do have Karanak dying off to the side here a little bit, and he's not done nearly as well. 1100 isn't terrible. Does leave a lot to be desired, though, and Skull Crushers have been very inefficient, unfortunately. Only 1,000 value on them. The Chaos Warriors are getting shredded currently, and they also performed quite bad. Throwing Axes were also a little bit of a letdown. Just seems like everything's a little bit off in terms of value from Khorne here. Kiranak does get a good Prey of the Blood God off, and then follows up with a smack against Hellebron, but she stands tall. She's not dead, and definitely not down. Skull Taker does look to have died in the interim, yeah. Died very recently, too, so probably blew up out in the open field where we last saw him. There's a lot of repeater crossbows around. Doomfire Warlocks could probably have finished him off. Any number of threats here could have been the killer. Fleshhound's intercepted by, yet again, super strong cavalry. They're really cool, too. The Knights of the Ebon Claw do cause terror. They're really not as bad against Khorne as you would think. While something like a Forsaken has ITP at base, and you're not going to be able to tear out them no matter what, the Marauders, they have ITP because of Frenzy, and Frenzy wears off pretty quickly if you're getting good rear charges, you're sniping Lords, and then Terror is as effective against Khorne as any other faction, and Khorne hates being disrupted. Khorne is very timing dependent in terms of playstyle. You need to be on top of your micro at all times with all these melee units, because against kite factions like the Dark Elves, you can slip up real quick and get pounded by the missile fire. Knights of the Ebon Claw, being able to run in and disrupt infantry, especially for Khorne, who are usually top of the line, is great, because if you can get a lucky tear out on a couple of infantry units against Khorne, then you can just totally swarm the remaining elements of their army. And you can even tear out a lot of their Khorne's mobility, especially Marauder Horsemen. The Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes, when they break and run, it's very hard to rally them. And tear routes are a great way to immediately get them off the field, because they are quite dangerous. These guys can get a ton of value for you. This one's got an okay value, but you really want to see the Marauder Horsemen get closer to 1,000 to really have been worth it. Honestly, if they're getting around 600-700 value consistently, you're usually leaving something on the table somewhere in terms of what you're trying to do with them. For me personally, my biggest struggle with the Marauder Horsemen is keeping them in position to where they punish lands without me having to give them orders. I have a tendency to withdraw them a little too deep. Something that I'm trying to work on and keep in mind in games. It's very difficult though, and I think Piston's thing is just bringing not enough of them or over-focusing on them at the wrong times in the battle. This is a really awful position to have to bring a Marauder Horseman out into. There's a lot of infantry mucking up the works. It's being outranged by the Dark Rider repeater crossbows, who are just icing these guys out, by the way, right now. Brutal damage coming down from afar. The Marauder Horsemen did get about 300-something value charging down the Witch Elves. Still not great considering you didn't get a breakthrough. They got pushed off before they paid for themselves also. And that's going to be a game set match situation. Pont played this pretty perfectly. Just baiting Khorne in really deep. You can't chase the Dark Elves onto their side of the field because you're never going to be able to lock their units down completely. Dark Elves are quick enough that they almost always have a little bit of room to slither out somewhere in the formation. And once you lose containment on all these missiles, particularly the Scourge Runners and the Repeater Crossbows, it's kind of game over, because then they can just tee off on all your expensive stuff and summon Cold One Knights in to cover for whatever might be chasing after them. Fleshhounds, Marauder Horsemen if they're trying to close the gap, Minotaurs, a million different units that you really don't want to have running around constantly. Hey man, that'd be awesome. I hope you get the opportunity to play in the new player tournament. I'm a little curious to see, we'll get back to Pont's replays. There's plenty of time for all those. Let's actually watch Tzeentch versus Vampire Coast here. Neither of these factions tremendously popular, to be honest. There's a handful of Vampire Coast folks out there. They're very difficult to play, speaking from experience. Vampire Coast, really not for me, personally. Lucreon is bringing a pretty atypical style here. Oh, the Changeling? No way. I don't know why. I thought that his portrait was Village, actually. But anyways, we've got double Terrorgeist. We got a Death Shriek and then Luther Harkin on his special Terrorgeist mount. Got some Gunnery and Bomber mobs with a lot of Deckhand mobs and the Vampire Caster. The reason I say this is atypical is because there's no guns, and it's a pretty small Vampire Coast army. And it's actually bringing, you know, a very expensive single entity. Now, single entities are a mainstay in land battles and conquest, but domination mode has not really seen single entities outside of a select few dominate. This current meta does seem to be flipping a little bit in that the single entities are much more powerful. I think it has to, a lot of it has to do with the changes to the staggered chances on the big monster attacks. Because it used to be that if you attacked a foot character with one of these Terrorgeists, you know, something like, you know, a character like the Changeling would just fall over and then you couldn't hit them while they're laying on the ground. Some of these characters have animations that take ages for them to get back up, so it actually made it almost counterintuitive to bring single entities to try and snipe foot characters, because they're actually really bad at it. Seems like single entities are a lot more competent now, as well as just being generally pretty strong units overall in terms of their tankiness, especially with like regen on the Terrorgeist units here, as well as some more added mobility, where a lot of factions can struggle with it if they don't have access to very quick units. You do actually have some speed here now for the Vampire Coast, instead of just being limited to 23 speed. Deckhand mobs who take ages to get anywhere on the field, man. It is really rough at times as the Vampire Coast to engage your opponent. Just because they can give you the runaround so bad. I mean, you got the Zangors here, just motoring away. They don't really need to attack here, although it wouldn't be terrible to leave your units in position there. I guess the reason for the retreat is the push from the Vampire Coast, looking to be an attempt at overwhelming on the back objective here. Night Terror is getting very far ahead of the support, leaving themselves vulnerable to the Blue Horror fire. The Blue Horrors, though, are suffering a little bit. They are locked in by the Fellbats currently, but Fellbats are starting to crumble out. They've taken a ton of damage, too. They are not going to be much longer for this plane of existence. And then maybe you can see the Chromatic Abominations hitting the Night Terrors. Night Terrors usually are fairly resilient to missile fire, as they have built-in 30% resistance, plus the hunger, and very spastic animations. They do tend to jump around a lot. It can be kind of hard for units to shoot them. Blue Horrors do enough damage, though, that you can see them really starting to melt the HP on the Night Terrors right now. Wait, Bane of the... Oh my god, the Changeling transforms into Herald the Hammer and is actually going to try and go scrap with the Night Terrors. Not a bad idea, man. I mean, the Hammer Storm is a pretty strong character. This Bane ability is pretty cracked because you can Terror Route, and I believe also just normal route zombies and skeletons and the like, and it gets a little goofy, honestly. Watching those kind of units trying to run away. See them getting Terror Routed here. It looks like they're trying to pull back. Achingly slow progress, as you can see. Definitely not a feel-good situation for those guys. Luther Harkin being dove on by a lot out here on the flank. Forsaken, Shrieking Skyrays, Furies, Synagores of Tzeentch. Really good peel here. The Deckhand mob are going to die fairly fast, I would imagine, particularly if the Forsaken stay here, although it looks like a full retreat trying to come in here. I would disagree with that. Get the Furies around the back and leave the Forsaken and just retreat the Skyrays and the Synagores so that they can rotate over. Otherwise, you would preferably want to leave everything in here and just kill the polearms real quick. It would be a nice area to have broken through at. You can go cap the objective with the Forsaken while the Furies dive in to help out against any bomber mobs, or maybe something like the polearms that are all over these pinks here. Pinks, by the way, very out of position. I don't know how the hell they ended up so deep set in their opponent's side of the field. Gotta be very careful with ranged tools, because you gotta set them in guard mode or they just kind of wander forward, and I feel like this might be one of those circumstances where Rogue may have forgotten about this unit as it was being given an attack order. Oh, it's the Cultist Summon. Never mind. I don't know how I didn't notice that. Cultist Summon goes down, actually, from the Tzeentch caster, who is dead? Dead? Really? How the hell did he die? Luther may have sniped him, I guess, or the Terror Goose got him. I have no clue. Maybe I was focused on the wrong thing a little too long there. It looks like this might be where he's fallen over here somewhere. Terror Goose with only 200 value. Doesn't seem like the amount you would have if you killed the caster character. Luther is doing okay. He's got about 1,000. The problem here for the Vampire Coast that they're kind of running into is the lack of shooting is not allowing them to uptrade all that well. Vampire Coast does not play from deficits capably in any way whatsoever. They're quite pitiful at it, in fact. And without guns around, the deckhand mobs tend to just fold up under pressure. And once they're crumbled completely, your opponent just goes and caps all 3 points, and then you're sitting out in the middle of nowhere looking real silly. Right, Depth Guard getting hit by some of the blue horror fire. Pretty good use out of the blues, I would say. It certainly hasn't been perfect, but the Chromatic Abominations with 1200 and counting value, easily going to end up around 1400 is pretty impressive. Chromatic Abominations are a very sticky unit because of the barrier boost, and obviously the overshield is nice. But they're also just pretty quick. I mean, blue horrors in general, with 38 foot speed, actually are capable of kiting around a little bit independently on their own. These guys just have a ton of ammo that you really want to get out. And actually being able to do that and uptrade with this very unusual and unique 750 gold unit is usually a pretty good indicator of where the game is going to end up going. As opposed to the value on those guys, you're looking at the big centerpieces for the Vampire Coast here, and you just don't see the same performance. You got 1200 here, you got 1000 on the Death Shriek, but well off from paying for themselves. Luther is a near 3000 gold lord. He is insanely pricey. And the Death Shriek is a 2000 gold monster, so I'm feeling like maybe Luther isn't the way to go. Do like a cheap Vampire Caster, and then you can bring a Death Shriek Terrorgeist by itself, and you'd be doing just as well, maybe. I guess the idea is the silence from Luther, to try and shoot stuff and keep it from using items, abilities, spells especially. We just haven't really seen a huge impact out of it, to be quite honest. Forsaken getting charged down by the Night Terrors. That's a good summon from Lucreon, but you can see they did really poorly that first life. And the Night Terrors do cost 1200 gold. You don't really want to be in a position where they're only getting about 300. Yeah, the ground combats have just not gone well for Lucreon, and you gotta remember that Luther has taken a decent amount of damage. But the other Death Shriek Terrorgeist, which is a 2000 gold piece, has barely gotten taken, or has barely taken any damage whatsoever. So most of the damage that's been pumped in has either been hammering Luther or the ground forces, and that's where the undead are looking thinnest. They have nothing in reserve, seemingly, coming out to help them in any of these fights, really. I mean, they bring forward the hand cannons who just get jumped immediately. They do seem to have gotten one volley off, but 500 gold just isn't going to cut it for a late game scenario like this. Your opponent teched really hard into a very unique character for sure. It's honestly, I don't know how much it's really paid off. I mean, the Changeling is mega expensive. And while Harry, I've seen get a couple of terror routes, the Changeling as him has only gotten 350 value, which is pretty abysmal. Considering the cost on this guy, Changeling is what? Probably about 20... Oh, no, they changed the pricing on this guy. This is still probably about 2,000 gold, which is a huge investment in a character where I don't know if the terror routes have been all that great. I think Tzeentch has ground through a majority of the undead units anyways, and done it just fine. I don't think they've really needed any terror routing from the undead units to have accomplished that. Zombies are kind of too slow to terror route for real anyways. Terror routes are useful for securing fights against, like, mortal infantry, because mortal infantry, when they route, they're actually quick enough that when they do run away, in the process of terror routing, they usually get far enough out from whatever blob they were fighting in that you've isolated something in the meantime, and then you can charge the infantry to keep them out of that fight once more. The zombies and everything don't have anywhere to go. I mean, they're just gonna walk like maybe 10 meters away, and then they'll be back in it as the terror route wears off. Spawn with some really good value here. Luther Harkin with 1,800 now, still hasn't paid for himself. Same with the Death Shriek, dude. I feel like it's too much of an investment for double Death Shriek. It's a really cool idea. I do have to admire Lucaron for going after such an ambitious build goal. It seems to be something that you should leave on the chopping block, though. As good as Luther is, I think he's just too expensive still. One day he'll come down to a more reasonable price point, and then I'd say go bananas. Until that happens, you're better off with the basic casters, though. I think we can safely fast forward through this. Rogue is about to catch up, and honestly is probably going to get this number 3 objective soon. There's just an overwhelming number of Tzeentch units on the field, and the undead have a deckhand mob and 2 depth guard, and that's it. It's just not going to cut it. Oh, and whatever's out here. You got the Night Terrors who are going to die to the Centaur charge, I'm sure. Centaur's piling into combat, efficient as always. And getting this very elite undead unit onto the chopping block and giving them a swift execution. Fellbat's on the way in, don't have cap weight. Tzeentch gets the triple cap, and that's all she wrote. That's a really decent burning head there. You know, good timing on it at the very least. In terms of actual value, it would not really be that much to write home about. Burning Head against the Vampire Coast is usually used for killing handguns and then, like, bomber mobs. And you use other things to clean up the deckhands in melee. Not needing to do that, Tzeentch was able to just kind of tee away. There was no real threat to a breakthrough against the Tzeentch formation, and as a result, Tzeentch was able to fire very comfortably with the Chromatic Abominations, who tripled their value, just about. A little bit shy, but not far off at all. And honestly, kind of hard carried that game. I'm pretty impressed with their performance there. I'm pretty sure that Herald, ironically enough, actually prevents crumbling. Because he removes the undead attribute. Where are they? Here they are. Crumbling is tied to the undead attribute. When Herald removes this, he's actually preventing the crumbling. It's kind of silly, but I'm fairly certain that plays out fairly accurately in actual games. I mean, I'm going to give all the credit in the world to our Tzeentch player from that last game, because the Changeling is always a flex. It was cool as hell. The actual effectiveness of it, though, is the only thing I question. I don't know where I'm going. I'm going here. Oh, we already saw this one. Get back to Punt. Saw this game. Just to see if the Enigmas of Giran are any good, we are going to check this game out. So, on paper, the Enigmas really aren't a bad unit. They've got good defensive stats. They've got a huge bonus versus large, plus they have a bound heal and 2 flesh to stones. What could you possibly want other than that? Most factions would jump at the opportunity to have something like this. But for whatever reason, it just doesn't seem to work too well for the Wood Elves. I think part of the problem is that they are... I think part of the reason is the Enigmas of Giran are just really expensive. With 64 speed, they can get caught out of position really bad. And even though the heal and the flesh to stones can be really strong... They got 3 uses this now, never mind. Jesus Christ. Even though these are very strong items and abilities, there's still ways around the efficiency on those. Regrowth, if you just kill models on the Enigmas, regrowth is not going to be healing up any of the dead units. Flesh to Stone, if you have any magic damage, then you can immediately jump around the benefits of Fizzres. Zarina Kataryn gets nailed by that Arrow of Khorne, man. It's so vicious. You really hate to see it. It's actually double Arrow of Khorne, which is a rule break, I'm pretty sure, but whatever. This tournament already happened. There's no point in bringing it up now. This is a great ability. It does a massive amount of damage, especially against single entities. And it's so powerful, and you get so many uses on it, that it usually gets banned down to 1 available on characters, just so that it's not a Wood Elf stomp as they just snipe your Lord for free, and then make you cry about it. Winterheart Guard get hit by Ice Maiden's Kiss. Golden Knight trapped up in these guys right now, though. She definitely needs to escape. She's trying to pull out right now, and you do get the Streltsy with a nice volley, while the Winterheart Guard don't have the benefit of their shields. As long as the unit is in combat, then the Silver Shields don't really have any effect on these guys. They are getting the benefits of it now. You can see with the low armor, though, and just the sheer amount of focus fire, they still take a decent amount of damage there. Kossar's opening up. More Eternal Guard getting melted. Maybe it'll overturned a little bit. I think what's happening is this Kossar unit and this Streltsy were actually poking on the unshielded side of the unit, technically. Which is why they took so much damage in just one short volley from one of those units. Because over here you see the Eternal Guard. This is about what you expect from the performance. You got 2 units shooting at them, barely taking any damage. It's been multiple volleys, I believe. No, never mind. Just 1 here and 1 on the other. Still pretty nice. Enigmas get into the Griffin Legion. Wow, they're bodying a Griffin Legion right now. Holy crap. They don't even have Flesh to Stone on currently. Just taking a head-up fight and punishing this cavalry unit. I would be willing to bet that Do Your Lines missed the charge here, and that's why Eldeno is getting such a huge, crushing victory out on the flank there. You could get into the Armored Kossars and then go through the Kossar Spears. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Probably need to do something to rally up a few of your infantry units. I think this is a little too deep of a push, personally. You've already got a very small number of units out on the field. You need to maximize the amount of cap weight you have on the contested middle objective. Regrowth and Flesh to Stone going down on the Enigmas. It should get them back up to full. Probably a little overkill on the healing, but they haven't lost any models, so probably just trying to preserve those. It does look like the Kossars are trying to shoot them. It's looking like the investment in the regrowth at that point was kind of a brilliant play. Eldeno doing a really nice job up to this point of punishing Kislev every time one of their units gets out of position. A lot of Eternal Guard being sacked here, though. I mean, you're just rushing up in here, ready to die, essentially. There's no reason that you need to advance into the heart of all of this shooting right now. You've got your Mobility Corps over here, just dominating the current engagements. And you'd really like to maximize that right now. Another regrowth? Wow, another regrowth on the Enigmas of Giran. This one coming down from the caster, and the caster actually jumping into the forest to get the extra spell mastery. That's kind of genius, actually. It's really well played. And you can see the boost it's giving. A lot of extra HP. Nice extra chunk on that heal per second percentage base. Gets the Enigmas nice and healthy. They don't really follow up with any kind of real damage, though. Right now you're seeing those Glade Guard looking fairly healthy, not suffering too bad. Zarina just gets one shot. That's why double arrow is banned. That's just ridiculous. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's been like that for ages now. The Wood Elves have plenty of other strong tools. The Arrow of Khorne's cheese is a little bit sad to see happening. And hey, it's giving the Wood Elves an opportunity here. Aldeno does have a value lead. You've got Zarina broken here. Golden Knight is really beat up too. She's really not done a whole lot. Honestly, what you needed to do with the Golden Knight was chase down the Glade Lord as well as the Waystalker or the Spellsinger. What you do is just play as carefully as you can to make sure that your character doesn't get sniped out by Waywatchers and or armor-piercing Glade Guard and whatnot. And if you can kill one of the Waystalkers while keeping your Lord back and just waiting for an opportunity to come out when it's safe, and playing around terrain to avoid those arrows, if you can kill the Waystalker, then you can just ignore the Glade Lord. Because Glade Lords are very strong, but they're very hard to catch, which is the big thing. 94 speed on these grade stacks is crazy, whereas the Waystalker, the reason you want to kill him is because he's actually pretty vulnerable with only 40 foot speed. Very easy to lock down, too, as a foot character with only 400 mass. Absolutely no pushback from those guys, usually. You gotta remember that not only do they have this really obnoxiously powerful ability, they've also got a pretty powerful missile. You can get a good 13 to 1400 value out of Waystalkers fairly consistently if they're shooting all of their ammo. An Arrow of Khorne is really only going to get you about 600-700 value realistically, which doesn't sound all that oppressive, but considering the ability only costs 200 gold, and the ease of use and the fact that it's heat-seeking and has 600 meters of range, it's like half this map almost from tip to tip. Arrow of Khorne can fire all the way up to about there. It's pretty insane, truth be told. I'll need to find a good map I can show it off on so you can get the full idea of just how crazy it is. Dryads fighting against the Armored Cossars. Glade Guard laying down some serious firepower. They're a little beat up, especially the Starfire Shaft. I don't know what they've been shooting at. They haven't used a lot of their ammo on, and they've been out on the field for a long time. Focusing the Streltsy and the Cossars is really the game-winning play for the Wood Elves. They haven't really committed to that. They get a bunch of Glade Riders coming out. Glade Riders not going to be able to do a whole lot to Kislevites Warriors unless they get a full surround here. Even then, it's going to be a hazardous engagement. But against the Wolfhearts there, that's the attack that you want to commit to. Well, the Griffin Legion coming out now. Oh my god, the Griffin Legion are going to delete the Glade Rider, but a beautiful Prey of Anathrema goes down. How many do we have left of that? That was the last one, but very well worth it in my opinion. You do lock the Griffin Legion in place, and then your Glade Riders, ironically enough, trickling into the Griffin Legion is actually a good thing. It means that the Griffin Legion won't kill the Glade Rider unit nearly as fast, just because the charge bonus is so much a part of this guy's, or of this particular unit's best possible damage, right? Without the charge bonus, they're just a really decent heavy cavalry unit. And there's quite a few of those. The Glade Riders do have pretty good defensive stats, so the Griffin Legion aren't really poking through their melee defense very efficiently. One Glade Rider goes down. You got the Wolfhearts really beat up too, though. That's definitely not going very well for Kislev. Number 3 objective being threatened, though. Looks like they might be trying to grab that back. More Eternal Guard coming up. I swear, dude. I do not want to see another Eternal Guard this whole game. They just seem to have been dreadful the entire time, wire to wire. Enigma's actually almost paying for themselves here. They're at 1900. They do cost, or actually they got a cost reduction, so I think they have actually paid for themselves now. They used to be 2,000 gold. They were more at 1.2. I think the most that they ever were in terms of price point. This unit was 2,300 gold in Warhammer 2 at one point, I think. They were crazy overcosted. Gonna be waddling forward. They also have these funky little faces, you know. They're like, I don't even know what they are. They look like dinosaurs, you know, look like got like the stegodon face. Very goofy looking in my opinion. Blade Lord running down the Wolfhearts. Wolfhearts, very elite unit. They don't break for much. They've just got great base leadership. Especially on Kislev, where Buyer Blood is on everything outside of a handful of units. Wolfhearts with 80 leadership are functionally unbreakable. And you can see that playing out here. There's 19 models and their leadership still hasn't broken. And then on top of that, they still have the Buyer Blood to keep them in the fight past that point. Kislevite Warriors and Kosovo Dervishes fighting the Enigmas, who are going to be pulling out here. They've used all their flesh to stones and heal capped. That is pretty beautiful, in my opinion. Eternal Guard try to turn around to brace for the Griffin Legion, but a little too late, and I think they might rout here, actually. Wow, that sucks, man. Poor Wood Elves. One of their Eternal Guard runs, but they do have another here. Griffin Legion are a little trapped up now. They've actually got the Enigmas and Dryads on the other side of the formation. You can see a good, like, 10 models, I think, are trapped up on the wrong side of this fight, with more being pulled down in the process as they're trying to escape. You can see the Enigmas getting in the way a little bit. Well, I'm not sure what this guy's doing. He is just absolutely lost in the sauce. Finally swings in, hits this Griffin Legion model in the face. Somehow survives both those swings. Although it looks like he died just a second ago. Good poke from the Hagbane Tips. Very strong skirmish cav unit. And they'll wear out the Kislevite Warriors here soon. They could also stand to shoot the Oath Brothers of Tor, though. The Oath Brothers might actually be the better target right now for them. Glade Riders do have a ton of missile strength. 7 AP on a Horse Archer is pretty wild. Most have 3 to 5. And these guys just massively outclass everybody with as much as they do. They're surprisingly effective against units like the Oath Brothers. Kislevite Warriors holding the line. Looks like the Enigmas are trying to push past the Warriors, but do get an attack order now, and they're going to be focusing in and finishing these guys off. Aldeno using the Waystalker, who's come out yet again to do some mischief. Already dropped 2 arrows. I would guess one of them probably hit Narskia. Maybe probably finished off Zarina, who has definitely died by now. 1,500 value on this Waystalker. It's a lot left to give for it, too. With 21 shots and 1 arrow of currents, you could probably squeeze another, like, 700 value out of this guy. Hagbane Tips moving up to the number 3 with the Glade Lord just to secure the objective, but we'll fast forward through the end of this. It's Kislev hanging on to nothing at this stage now. And that will be a tap out. Yeah, Zodes looks so great on paper, man. Absolutely one of those type of units. How much does what cost? Oh, the Doombolt we have at home? Like I said, Arrow of Khorne is only a 200 gold ability. I could try to show off Arrow of Khorne. I mean, there's not really a great test to do. We'll just have these guys like sit on the other end of the map. I guess they can shoot at some like Chowie artillery or something. So think of the Chaos Dwarves, right? They're a faction that really does love their artillery and oftentimes can be a little reliant on it. The same that goes for these Death Shrieks would also go for like the Iron Demons. The Lords, anything. Anything. What you're about to see may shock and disturb you. Let's actually go to a map, though, where we can, I think you can cover the entire map here with the, Heir of Khorne. You know, I guess Heir of Khorne kind of is like Doombolt right now. Where can we... I mean, we'll sit back here. We're like at the edge of the map almost. It's not that far away. Our opponent's going to be literally all the way on the other side of the map, and we'll still be able to hit them. So the biggest problem is that you can use Heir of Khorne to just instantly cast whenever you're in a game, because your summon zones are never at the back of the map. They're almost always pushed forward a little bit. That's shooting the Overseer. You can see not super effective against them, but if we shoot the Death Shriek here, provided there isn't any weird tracking problems, yeah, I mean, 2 arrows of Khorne just absolutely wrecking this thing. And it's very easy to bring double arrow. I mean, you just do 2 Waystalkers and a Spellsinger if you want the magic. So, I mean, we're gonna kill this Death Shriek next time we cast Heir of Khorne. There really just aren't that many single entities that can stay safe from it. Foot characters, as you saw, the Overseer didn't take that much damage. That's one way, but bringing Foot Lords is very limiting. I would never ever recommend it. It's kind of terrible. Get another Arrow of Khorne going down. Really shredding these guys. We're going to have this character go hide in the trees. Just because she's getting shot right now. You can go hide there, actually. Then you can, like, send the Waystalkers forward. And you see the Death Shrieker breaks. They do have a way to make themselves less likely to do so. But really, I just need to show off what it is that these things can do. It's almost impossible to dodge. Because, like I said, they do track in the air. And they do so fairly aggressively. How quick did they kill this thing, anyways? Wow, they actually poke these things down fairly fast, regardless, don't they? Fire every 8 seconds, which is a decent amount of reload time, but in a domination game, you're almost always going to be using the ammunition on these guys. And look, then you can just... this is also the reason why foot characters are a little bad. Because then you can't catch the Waystalkers. Just, you can have them, like, run circles. And you can, like, run one of them up behind the enemy. Just poke them. See what Heir of Khorne does from close range. Didn't quite hit him there. This one goes down. Oh, he pops the black gem there. I forgot about that. I didn't cut the abilities, so he actually procs the invincible gem there. Now that the charge animations are going down, wow, this guy sprints, dude. This is fast on foot. It's kind of crazy. Good kill him. Just to wrap this one up. Waystalkers are really only bad in melee. That's why I recommend going after them there. They just don't have very good defenses. They've got awful armor. They don't have a lot of HP either, with only 3,600. You'll almost always see one in-game. One Waystalker is like the minimum that I see out of most Wood Elf players. Because they genuinely are that strong. And Heir of Khorne is a big part of that. But ultimately only part of it. Oh, the Enigmas are 1900. Yeah. Yeah, I got you, Piston. Absolutely. No worries, brother. I'll get there. Shields are not effective while in combat. I guarantee you. It's really horrible. I personally feel like shields should just always give a little bit of missile resistance. I think that it should function a little bit like, here, I'll show you. There's a unit that has something that I think would be nicely implemented in a lot of other situations. I think it should just be the norm, period, for units that have shields. And that's like the steam tank with the directional shield. I don't know about 70% block chance from the front, but I think it could do with like the tiered reductions at all times. Or you just make the shield itself an actual shot blocker on those guys, and it just has a flat 55% chance to block damage. There's a few ways that I could see buffing shields a little bit, although I'd be really careful about it. It could get out of hand pretty quickly, I think. Give me a minute, Piston. Let me make sure that I can find that game. Alright, we got Khorne versus the Dowie here. I assume this is the one you're referring to. Now, the dwarves have been doing really well against Khorne. I lost a tournament match against the Dowie as Khorne. The first time I'd lost to them in ages. I don't know what's going on with the Dowie. They seem different somehow. That happens with patches all the time, though. There's so many things being affected that sometimes things get a little out of whack. It's going to take a little bit of time to like relearn some of the matchups. We'll see if we can start that process here. I mean, this is about what I recommend against the dwarves at all times. You got lots of bloodletters. You got marauders here to muck up the works. I'm not a huge fan of the flesh hounds. Excuse me, I tend to find them a little weak against the Dowie. They just don't have a lot of utility against a heavy armored faction. Like, they can kill miners fine, and they can even do good damage to stuff like rangers, but against slayers, obviously, dwarf warriors, longbeards, ironbreakers, there's a lot of units that can kind of put the beat down on the fleshies without too many problems. Skull Cannon whiffing horribly, very unfortunate, but it will persevere. It's a good tool to have just in case your opponent is going with stuff like Iron Drakes. I'm kind of surprised to see no Iron Drakes here. The reason for that is that Iron Drakes just do a ton of damage. I mean, they hammer big targets, and Khorne's best stuff outside of Bloodletters is like Knights of the Brazen Throne, Minotaurs with the dual axes, stuff like that. And those are both very squishy to concentrated Iron Drake volleys. Beautiful shots from the Skull Cannon. Hammer's kind of getting wrecked right now by it. Another shot comes down, but it does whiff this time. Very fortunate for those guys. And the cannon has rocked up into position now, looking to start making its effect felt on the battlefield. Trying to hit the Skull Cannon, but is it too far in the wood? Oh, it totally is. This is way too deep in the woods. And you don't have anything to defend this cannon either. Oh, Slayer's actually coming at the last second. Alright, well, one Slayer unit against two Flesh Hounds and two Furies, not going to be great. I don't know if these units are going to be able to survive this onslaught. That is a lot of Khorne 8 Fury. So I don't mind hitting the hammers still. You are getting some very effective damage, and the Skull Cannon actually lands in here amongst the trees. Whiffing against the hammers pretty horribly. A little bit of damage on the edge of that formation. You could be scooting forward and shooting the Grumbling Guard, though. Or you could shoot into the blob here. So there is just a ton of infantry stuck up in this fight. Hammering them right now would be pretty brilliant. Do get a great Sloughtnir. Down here just too bunched up. They just keep over-pressing with their melee infantry. Dowie don't want to seek fights against Khorne because they're just never going to do well there. Marauders are a reasonably strong unit, even against Dowie warriors. They can hold the line for quite a while. And then there's Bloodletters, and there really isn't a Dowie unit other than, like, Ironbreakers and Doomseekers that can do much of anything about Bloodletters. Bloodletters shred the Dowie so cost-effectively that they are an auto-include in this matchup, in max numbers, in my opinion. Got the Horn of Khorne going down there, Forsaken rocking through, and looking to get in position. Blood Beasts out on the field. Doing some good damage for sure. I love Blood Beasts. They've got very quick attack intervals. So they throw damage down pretty quickly, and they got a really nice charge bonus of 55. So once the Blood Beasts get tired, they can still cycle charge fairly effectively, just because they are decently quick. And that's usually where they perform best anyways. It's just hammering home. Pile driving through an enemy formation. About 600 value on him. Marauders helping to hold here. We do have the Cultist as well. He's also doing alright. And Valkyrie is going after the Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer, not a bad choice. Very cheap and fairly durable lord. Not having any armor, though, and just fighting in the middle of a bazillion Marauders, not really where he wants to be. Valkyrie could also beat him down, too. Even though she is focused in on killing the Slayers and the Dwarf Warriors right now. Skull Cannon with about 800 value, and you see back here, Bloodletters just causing all kinds of problems for the Dwarves. The Dwarves lost that artillery piece, or actually did it route? No, it's dead. The Slayer unit that was guarding it almost died. Did get an okay bit of value. Miners with blasting charges being forgotten about. One more miner moving out to the number 1. Khorne. Bloodletters do catch the little rangers. And, God, dude, look at the damage from these Bloodletters right now. Oh, my God. Such a powerful unit. I love them to death. And here's some more angry little can openers rushing in behind the miners. It looks like maybe infantry charge animations got better. Wow, they actually do seem to be doing a little bit more damage on the charge than I'm familiar with, at least. And their pursuit damage seems way better, too. Because they ripped that ranger in half. No time at all. For them to win that fight. Bloodletter unit over here actually survives the onslaught of the hammers thanks to Furies and Valkyria getting in that fight. More hammers moving in here. Hammers are just too expensive. They are also just not very strong. I don't know what it is about them. They are super mid. I would never ever bring them. You'd think that a great weapon infantry with 10,000 health, 50 melee attack, and magic damage with 55 weapon strength would have some kind of a niche, but I just don't see it from them. More often than not, this is the fights they end up in. They're fighting like a unit of summons that's grinding out a bunch of value against them. They're surrounded already. They're being attacked on all sides. And while they do have great leadership, they're not ITP or anything. If Khorne had any terror in here, those hammers would have routed already. And they'd have gotten way less value than the 900 that they ground out. And that's still not paying for themselves. I think they're about another... I think they're 200 off now. I think they're 1100 gold nowadays. We can take a peek, though. Maybe another time. Grumbling Guard doing pretty well. They didn't quite pay for themselves. They're 1,000 gold. They're fairly consistent doing so, though. This is actually the least efficient value trade I've seen from the Grumbling Guard in a while. This ability is also pretty good, because it affects everything in range. And it's not perfect vigor, but it does give a decent amount of it. Exalted Bloodletters wrecking the Grumbling Guard. You got the Sword of Khorne going down for some late game BM. The Skull Cannon is very much alive and has about 1,000, 1,100 value. A little bit shy for the value trades, but a beautiful shot right into the Rangers. Crumpling the HP on that unit fairly quickly. Now it's in melee, it's going to be healing and gaining more ammo. That's the nice thing about Skull Cannons. I definitely need to get back to practicing with them. Tried a double Skull Cannon build the other night. I didn't do very well with it. I felt like my micro's all over the place. I might try some for the tournament in 20 minutes now. Really close to starting. I guess this wasn't the match that you were looking for, then. Give me a second, Piston. While we're waiting for this one to wind down, I'll see if I can find that round 3 game that you're referring to. Oh, it's Tomb Kings. I found it. Okay. Tomb Kings versus Khorne is a little tricky. Once you get it under your belt, it's not that bad. I definitely had a lot of problems starting out with that matchup, though. Alright, GG to Piston. Did a really good job of jumping that cannon early. Bullying at range of the Skull Cannon for as long as possible, then got really good engagements with the Bloodletters. I mean, the Bloodletters 100% carried this game. The Blood Beast did pretty well also, but, I mean, just look at this, dude. 300 kills on this frickin' Bloodletter. I think they lasted the entire game, too. Pretty cool to see them get their head chopped off here. A little bit of a goofy animation. Oof. Okay. Valkia 1600. Good job, Valkia. Yeah, neither of the hammers paid for themselves. Big sad. Slayers were okay. I don't know, man. So many Dowie units just seem really mediocre. I think you just go more range as this Dowie player. Layer up the missiles to a point that Khorne can't even approach you without getting blasted to pieces, and then your infantry will be able to value trade a little bit better. They just got isolated really bad this game, and they never found any way to free themselves up to do much of anything. That's a bit of a problem. Right? I mean, in single player they are pretty good, but that's because they get a lot of buffs from the characters. How to make the Dowie hammers any good is beyond me. And they are still 1,200. They're not even 1,100 gold. Ugh. So sad. And the Peak Gate Guard at least have ITP, but they still have the 28 speed problem. Like, if your opponent is really smart, they just never attack these guys and just run away from them. Or bring something in that can shoot them to death. It really isn't that hard to find, truthfully. I am going to run to the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see if Khorne can beat the Tomb Kings. I think this is the game that Piston was referring to. Love to be able to give him some advice into this matchup, because it is tricky. I mean, this is not a free and easy matchup for Khorne at all. Tomb Kings have really good kite. They can give you a lot of frustration. 200 gold cheaper would be a good start, I think. That's the biggest problem with the hammers, for sure, is their cost. And Frenzy would be a good middle ground for ITP, actually. I actually like the 200 gold cheaper in Frenzy. I think that's a good idea, honestly. Then you don't even need to adjust them any more than that, and I think they'd be in a pretty good spot. And they'd have lots of uptrade potential, but they would also not be, like, stupidly oppressive or anything. Because they still, as we've mentioned many times, are a 28 speed unit. So you got a lot of skirmishing going on early. I mean, this is like a full mobility build, basically. You got literally 3 infantry units for Vekos here. And a bazillion skeleton horse archers. Oh, and a soul grinder. Hell yeah. Let's go, brother. So, yeah, there we go. That's why he brings soul grinder. Look how many models it killed on that skeleton horse archer. And these are units that can frustrate Khorne immensely. You need to be a little bit better about the, So, here's what I do with the soul grinders. When I have the soul grinder, Valkia actually is just up in the air all game. She does not land unless the soul grinder is engaging something. Valkia is literally only here to help the soul grinder in fights it can't win alone. And what you should do with the soul grinder right now is just have it spinning in and out and firing its cannon. Because the way the cannon works is it shoots whatever is closest when fire at will is on. So you want to kind of like wibble wobble behind the horse archers and just use the cannon to kill them while you then like spin to win and dodge missile shots. Because these things have a pretty quick turn radius. They're very maneuverable. You can actually dodge skirmish cap pretty easily with them. Gonna be able to close into combat here, and this thing does have really good charge animations. It actually does pretty good damage in prolonged melee combat. I would actually have preferred to see this thing stay there. There's nothing to really punish it right now. I mean, the Screaming Skull Catapult's not really going to be able to make any kind of good impact against it. Cetra taking some serious damage. Soul Grinder looking to attack Eyes of the Desert. Eyes of the Desert just laying waste to the Horseman. Okay, so this entire interaction here is why I don't like Marauder Horsemen in this matchup. There is too much to counter them. Screaming Skull Catapult, breaking their leadership. Cetra, terror-causing. Leadership, less than half, running. Eyes of the Desert, shooting, doing a ton of damage to them. Lots and lots of damage to them. You could close on the Sepulchral Stalkers, but you're rarely going to have those opportunities because then you got to contend with all the Horse Archers. It just sucks. Just get more melee stuff early. You bring out the throwing axes in the late game where they can take down like more isolated Cetra or something. I don't like them in the starting army. And then there's also Assyrians, and you can see that is also hitting them. And even though you've got spell res of 35%, it still hurts. It just does a lot of goddamn damage, and nobody wants to deal with all that. Eyes of the Desert fighting against the Soul Grinders. Soul Grinder is getting good damage on these things. I would love to see the Furies go and land over there and help out, and this is just too aggressive with Valkia, man. You get a little damage on the Chosen of the Gods, but at the cost of getting her trapped, and there's nothing going to be able to get her out of here anytime soon. You've got a bunch of your mobility kind of stuck up and unable to do a whole lot right now, and your opponent doing a pretty good job of avoiding fights at the front line. The mobility builds are giving Khorne a lot of fits, because you really want to bring infantry as Khorne, but honestly, I'm coming around to the opinion, for me personally, that all you want is like a Chaos Warrior to hold each of your primary points that you want to play on, and then bring like Khorne Gores and maybe some Forsaken, and that's it on the infantry front, honestly. I'm starting to feel like infantry has hit a point in domination mode where they really just aren't that good. Soul Grinder's gotten some okay value, but the thing is, it's just stayed here too long. The Eyes of the Desert are getting the laser eyes on target, and they just do an obscene amount of damage to big targets like this. Honestly, kind of lucky to have escaped. Cetra was blocking with his big old frame for quite a bit there, so Soul Grinder's very fortunate to be alive, in my opinion. Furies diving the Chosen of the Gods. They do pretty good damage to these guys, but there is 90 armor on them. You gotta be a little careful of those engagements. The Marauder Horsemen have rallied, and they are charging in here. When they do engage the Skeleton Horse Archer, they could crumble them out fairly quickly here. More Flesh Hounds. I think you probably want a lot of Flesh Hounds, maybe even max Flesh Hounds in this matchup. Khorne goes through these weird iterations on their own little meta whenever things change in patches based on what's more powerful. Static formations or mobile elements. Right now, mobile elements are super strong, and a lot of those mobile elements are fairly lightly armored, like Nekar Horsemen. Horse Archers in general are usually pretty lightly armored, and Flesh Hounds are an amazing disruption tool. I love them to death. I think that the big issue is that all of the Khorne builds from last season are just not good right now. So it's taken a little bit of extra time for Blood God Acolytes to kind of figure everything out. Soul Grinder re-engages. This is the kind of fight a Soul Grinder is used in. You do not want the Soul Grinder engaged alone. Ever, 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 ever. No. It needs to be paired up with Valkia, or it needs to be underneath some cheap infantry, or there need to be horsemen and flesh hounds around it. It's a support and utility piece. It counterfires skirmishers, it charges down expensive single entities, and gets its big weapon strength online. When it's out in the open field all by itself and it's taking all the damage, it's really not that strong. If you're going to do all that, then you should just stick with the Skull Cannon. Flesh Hounds get hit by the Usirians. I mean, they've got 50% spell resist, even more than standard Khorne units. And they're still suffering under the weight of that. Another Flesh Hound bites the dust. The big problem with these Flesh Hounds is they keep coming out a little bit too late, in my opinion. What I mean by that is you're sending them in piecemeal. Khorne does not really want to do piecemeal mobile engagements. You can do that with your infantry because they're just that much better. But the Flesh Hounds are quite squishy on the leadership. If you allow Flesh Hound to get rear charged, it's going to crumble and it's going to die and you're going to cry because they're really not that tough. I don't even know what the hell just happened there. What the hell was that? The Necrosphinx just brutalizing the Flesh Hounds right now. Oh my god. Dude, the single entities are getting out of hand now. That's kind of crazy. Hey, maybe it's a good thing. Makes me feel like Soul Grinders should be even more regular then. Necrosphinx doing good damage here. The Soul Grinder is going to crumble out a little bit off of paying for itself. 1500 ain't bad, but definitely want some more mileage out of that big monster. Cultist fighting the Necrosphinx and Cetra. It's so close right now. We're going to get the Bloodletter Summon coming out. Just to try and help in this fight, you see Cetra takes a nasty shot there from Valkia. Takes another one, and from the Cultist, I believe. And now Valkia might be able to kill Cetra. If she gets one more hit in here, she could kill him. But it looks like, yeah, the big mass against a small character shenanigans is going on. Yet again, and Valkia is gonna ultimately be unable to finish the job here. Big engagement against the Marauders. They're just not doing well. There's one Ushabti here, and one Ushabti on top of Skeleton Warriors against a million Marauders. Nothing is gonna make a dent into the Ushabti. Not really, man. They've taken 600 damage, and it's taken ages to actually pull that off for those Marauder units. I don't understand how... Did Vekos lose this game? Did you just totally outmatch them? Piston, you keep sending me all these replays and making yourself look really, really good. I mean, the Tomb Kings are pretty gassed here. Cetra's really beat up, but you're losing momentum on the infantry front with a very healthy Necrosphinx to bully. Yeah, and the Eyes of the Desert coming out. Chosen of the Gods are still somehow alive. They've just been tormenting you all game. Running around, hard to fully kill and lock out. Skull Crushers and one Fleshhound coming in. Let's see how those guys can do. Let's see what the Necrosphinx does to Skull Crushers. Kind of curious now. I mean, it shredded the Fleshies. It's honestly not doing bad damage against the Forsaken either. It's killing 3 or 4 models with each swing. And Forsaken did get an HP buff, so they are actually fairly hard to kill nowadays. Necrosphinx seems pretty equal to the task, though. If Valkia dies here, that could be how you ended up losing this game. Because Khorne is awful without leadership. If Khorne's leaders and units start going down like that, it's game over. So Skull Crusher's locked in combat against a bunch of chaff. The Ushabti Summon comes out to impede their progress. Really good collapse there from Piston, though. I just don't get it. This feels like it should be over, and Khorne should have basically won, considering how much they're up by. This is why you ignore the value trades, guys. Because I'm really not super confident about this. I mean, you've got more Fleshhounds coming out. Really, all that Khorne has, though, is these Fleshhounds and that Skull Crusher. There's no infantry. Valkia is over here getting tenderized by the Eyes of the Desert, who have just done heinous damage to her in one volley. Probably going to get one more off where she gets out of range. A little bit more than I think she can bear currently. Skeleton Horsemen going down to the Fleshhounds. Nekar Warriors moving over. Not a lot of time for the Tomb Kings to work with, but I think they have just enough to maybe pull this off. We'll see if this is the one that Piston's referring to about being winnable. Yeah, this is the biggest loss in the game. You're flying Valkia just too close to the sun. I mean, you should have seen the Eyes of the Desert over here. Instead of trying to fly and finish Cetra off, just fly her off to your own side of the map so that she can find somewhere safe to sit. Skull Crusher's going to get a good fight against the Necrosphinx, potentially. This is the moment of truth. This is what I've been waiting for, man. Gotta love Skull Crushers. Wow, amazing impact. They just did nothing for a solid few seconds, but now they're actually getting some good damage in there. That's so weird, man. Why did their actual charge attack not connect? Anyways. At the very least, they got the surround. The Necrosphinx goes down fairly quickly. Gets one attack in before it goes out. 2 attacks. It does okay damage, honestly. If it had actually charged the Skull Crushers, I think that fight would have been fairly even. Khorne is going to lose the number 2, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later. I don't know if they can hold the number 1 for a full minute and 40 seconds. I think that's going to be way too long. Oh, this is so heartbreaking. You got Nekar Horsemen coming out. You got a bunch of Horsemen here. If your opponent's smart, they go for this immediately to try and take it. I mean, killing this Fleshhound is nice, but they are going to lose to the Eyes of the Desert anyways. Eyes of the Desert, first time around, not that much value. Second time in, on the money. 2,700 in total right now. Soul Grinder coming back out. Maybe a little too much of an expensive investment. I think you saved up a little too long. I think you needed the Forsaken out earlier. The Skull Crushers have done great. 1,300 on them. Still haven't paid off for the 1,700 they cost, but if they got one more good engagement, even against like a Skelly Horseman, that would be setting them up for some future uptrades. I do like them in this matchup. I feel like Piston could have won this. I think just a little bit of an adjustment to some of the aggression and when and where you're taking fights will get you over the top, dude. I wouldn't worry about this loss too much, Piston. Sometimes stuff like this happens where you just seem to lose one that you feel like you had in the bag. It literally happened to me the other day. It's just always a little frustrating to actually experience. Soul Grinder can't get through all the horsemen. It's got good mass, but not enough for how many horsemen are in front of it. And the Eyes of the Desert are going to rack up an obscene amount of value if they get a couple volleys off against this thing. Pretty brutal damage. 3,100 on those guys. Horse Archer's poking away at the Soul Grinder. It's going to crumble out fairly fast, too. It's got 70 leadership, which is okay. Leave it a little vulnerable at times, though. And yeah, the triple cap comes in. Tomb Kings have got this on lock, basically. There's not much that the Khorne forces are going to be able to do. If you had Valkia, maybe you could do something, because she could, like, dive the Eyes of the Desert and distract them while you bring in your other units to, like, win some of these fights and grind back onto the point. At this stage, though, it's fairly well out of hand. Soul Grinder doing a little bit of damage to the Horsemen. You can see that it's not, like, useless in these kinds of engagements, but this is why you want stuff underneath it. It doesn't have great melee defense, to be quite honest. And the damage it does to stuff like cavalry is fine, but it is a little bit inefficient. Not 100% sure why that is. Firing a little high on the shotgun round. Gonna be maneuvering away. It fires really fast. This shoots every 5 seconds. It's 4.8 because it's got chevrons now. You can definitely maneuver it around to, like, bully down all these cavalry. And you can see it kind of just Benny Hilling around, doing its best. Not really all that effective this time, though. Just a little too much here for the Tomb Kings. You do get a cap at the end. Wait, what? Oh, you won that? No freaking way. You muscled your way back on? Dude, the Tomb Kings just fell asleep at the wheel here. They should have moved this Nehekara warrior up and moved that one over there. And I don't know why they got these horsemen all the way back here. Just get them all on that point, and Khorne's never going to take that back. That's wild, dude. Alright, and the tournament started, so we gotta go get to that. Tactical oh, I see. Yeah, Skull Taker is almost impossible to deal with for Tomb Kings. He just pounds the living hell out of everything on the field. Alright, we're gonna go join our first round opponent. So, no more replays today. I might not even finish a whole tournament, I'm gonna be honest. It just kind of depends on how I'm playing and how I'm feeling. We'll see how far in we get. We are going to be on Crystal Lake. Since my opponent banned Bordalo, I'm not playing on Putrefying Carcass. That map sucks. I'll play here, thank you. There's a few things that we could do for this. I'm gonna just go ahead and invite him. Or actually, I'll just join his lobby. He's got one up. No problem. So it's on Crystal Lake. It's a very open map. We should be able to skirmish here pretty nicely. Could go Skull Taker, but people are bringing the Death's Head dudes. And they do some pretty ridiculous damage to Skull Taker. So we may not actually use him this game. I do really love Scarbrand for this matchup. think I'm gonna pull y'all away for a minute while I build my army. And y'all can take a little peek at the signups here. So everybody's in the tournament today. Actually, I think it isn't. More people signed up in the meantime. There you go. So we got a ton of dudes in this tournament. I'm gonna get my army sorted, and then I'll bring y'all back. So stay tuned. We will... Actually, I don't think I want to do that. How am I playing this? Alright, I think this might actually be a better strategy for me personally. Alright, let's see what we can do to Snickerdoodle here. This is going to be a tough matchup no matter what. I mean, Nurgle is not unmanageable for Khorne, but if your opponent is tricky, they can do some really wacky builds that can keep you at bay and throw you for a real loop. So we're going to try and avoid getting too far down. We're going to try some bullying tactics, too. Not like, you know, I mean, like, in-game, obviously. Eco tripping the back half of that game. I mean, fair enough, Piston. Wow, so we both got 9 freaking units. Okay. I'm really curious to see how our little doggo Karanak does here. Karanak is really good against Nurgle, man. Like, exceptionally strong. Hopefully my opponent doesn't just, like, hard counter me with something, though, that can, take him out, or, I just don't really have a whole lot of, opportunities to use him. We'll see, though. We'll see. Tamarcon with warriors, marauders. Alright, well, I mean, I know what I'm doing with the cannon. Yeah, Karnak is honestly not going to be all that good against Tamarcon. Tamarcon is going to smack our boy up pretty bad. So I need to be really careful about those engagements. Alright, we're going to cap this in just a second. We're going to go throw some biz at my opponent. We're just going to avoid those guys for now. We're going to get a Minotaur out. It's a really good shot coming in there. We get some good damage on the Marauders. I don't know if that was really worth it for what we suffered in response, though. Yeah, Khorne wins just by scaring people away. Chaos Warriors are going to hit now. They're going to be a great target. Our Horsemen, we just need to make sure that we're dodging all these shots from Soul Grinder. Should be easy enough. I think we can dodge him out pretty good. Just gonna form a big old brick here, honestly. Like, there's not really anything to stop us, per se. Get a really nice shot off. Chaos Warriors getting hammered. We've got an opportunity here. God damn it, Karnak. Turn your ass around, bud. So slow. It's crazy. I don't understand why he's like that. He just does not want to move up at times. We're going to send the Bloodletters in to fight these guys. Actually kind of like their odds right now. I'm going to get Karnak out of here. Yeah, we miss our opportunity against the real baddie there, but it's not that big of a deal, I guess. Let's use our Marauders to box out here. We got our Minos up, and they still do some pretty decent damage. High back a minute. There's the Angels of Decay. That's a Fury summon just to occupy them for now. Oh, and our Minotaurs are being melted by them right now. Oh god, help me, please. Let's get our Minotaurs out, so they don't just die horribly immediately. Let's get our characters, and we're gonna go after Tamarcon. Because he is causing me quite a bit of issue right now. We're gonna stay patient, because we need that other Minotaur unit out. Alright, well the Angels of Decay just killed the hell out of the Furies, which is not great. Alright, Tamarcon is caught here. We're actually going to summon these Flesh Hounds. Yeah, we're not doing too good on the value front, are we? I think we'll be okay. Fleshhound Summon needs to go there. We need to get after Tammy. We need to get Valky up in the sky so she can actually kill those Angels of Decay, because they're doing a ton of damage to me right now. Get a good volley there. We're going to charge down here. Just going to try and finish off these... oh, these are Chaos Warriors. We're not finishing them off right now. Valkia is going to pop this here. We just need to secure our backline. Because if we do that, then I think we're fine. Nurgle did a bunch of damage early. But I do think we've got a pretty good opportunity to start taking our opponent down to size a bit here. Because Valky is really handling her fight up in the sky with some serious dignity and grace right now. She is bullying these stupid little drones. The Hellforged Bellowers is decent enough in melee combat that it should be able to double up on duty in a moment here. So we're going to go get those guys. Get into melee. We're going to turn around. We're going to go attack the Plague Ogres who want to kill Khorne. Come on, buddy, get the hell out of here. Angels of Decay are almost dead. Almost dead here. Just mere moments from victory. Okay, go get these guys, please. Let's get another throwing axe out here. Why are these frickin' Plague Ogres not dying right now? I don't understand. How are they just ignoring my Minotaurs who are on top of them? Hit them! Minotaurs, please! Stop being useless. I'm begging you. It's the Nurgle sorcerer. We're gonna try and catch him a million miles away from his other stuff. And let's go clean up these pesties. And I think we can start capping objectives again.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Can we actually catch that guy out there? Valky is going to come down here and help kill these damn Plague Ogres. She should be more than capable of doing that. Khorne is just going to go chase the sorcerer. And we're going to do our best to shoot old big boy. Okay, we got the kill on these guys. Our Minotaurs are literally on death's bed, though. It's fine. If he wants to heal all that stuff up, he's welcome to. I'm going to bring out Flesh Hounds. And we're going to control the field. And there's not going to be anything Nurgle can do about that. So some more pesties coming in. That's fine. Just shoot those guys. You gotta... Why did y'all stop chasing these? Don't do that. Khorne with 1,000 value, Valkia with 1,100. Summon these guys. The Furies will just make sure that those guys get run off the field. Take this point, and then we'll maneuver elsewhere as needed. Let's get out of here. Let's go in over here. Let's actually turn around and attack here. The Minos are not in. We're going to get a Skull Reaper out. To try and deal with any Nurgle numbers. Let's get the Hellforge Beller. Let's attack these guys. Apparently the damn Plague Ogres have rallied, which is super annoying. Really prefer if they just stayed dead forever. That'd be really nice. It's okay, though. Let's go snare Big Boy there. Try and keep him contained. Let's go over there and beat those guys up. And the Pestigores did rally. I think what I need is a Horseman. I'm going to use them to go run that guy over. Alright, and I think we'll be fine. We've got numbers here. Send this guy over. Kill the Pesties. I don't super want to engage the super obnoxious infantry that I can't really do anything against, so we're not gonna. We're gonna just pretend they don't exist. I'll get another horseman out. Come on, Valkia, get your ass on the ground. Go finish him off, please. Should be able to win here. We did actually get the dub. Hounds of the Blood Hunt are killing Tamarkon. Oh my god, they are. With Khorne's assist, 1,800 on old Khorne. Look, I mean, Khorne's abilities are really annoying and honestly pretty strong. Getting the win there is pretty massive. We're gonna pull out here.
Glorious. You have
We're actually going to run through the Skull Reapers here.
Shield maiden.
I've got this sword. I've also got a Sloughnir. I think I'll use it on the Pestigors over here for giggles. I don't really need to use it, honestly. We've got this game pretty well in hand. Just need to kill that big one, and we'll be done. I forgot about my Hellforge Bellers. Definitely not going to be able to do that in the future. If I forget about something that expensive again, I'm going to get punished for it. It's going to feel real bad. My opponent could cap that fully, and it wouldn't even be that big of a deal for me. We can fight the caster, just so that Valkia can get over there now that we've killed the big thing. This over here, we'll get this out. That's fine, because we're going to do this. It could have been a little bit better done. We still nuked the hell out of the Marauders. And we can just walk up over there if we need to now. We do still have that point. We just need to make sure that we hang on to it. Got the Furies here.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Needed to dodge a little there. There's definitely some things I could have improved on, but I had a pretty good handle on that game throughout, I feel. And the Horsemen, 1,000, 1,400. Some of them didn't do amazing. My Minos were honestly kind of bad. Dude, what the hell are the Hounds of the Bloodhunt on now? 2,400 value on them? Oh my god. They annihilated Tamarcon. That was crazy, dude. Angels of Decay were annoying. Plague Ogres were annoying. Everything else was fine. So it was the Noxbringer, the Angels, and the Plague Ogres who gave me problems. So those are the units to take note of, I feel. Tamarcon did not seem to be doing a whole lot, I'm going to be honest. I know I was hounding him quite a bit, but I just don't know. Brutal stuff, man. Thank you, Adam. I need to sharpen up the Bellowers micro. That was the weaker part of my game. And that did get me in a little trouble that maybe against another faction could have put me behind in a way that I wasn't going to recover from. I'm usually pretty good about not getting totally overwhelmed. And getting just absolutely crushed on the field. But sometimes I have a tendency to let myself get a little lax and inattentive. That's what we're going to be guarding against. What do we have going on so far in round one? Okay, so we're up here with some of the other round one early game winners. Anticity, Blake. I don't know if I've played Blake or not. Where the hell are they? Why is it not in alphabetical order? My brain can't process it. Okay, there we go. Alright, so current round one winners as is right now. All these guys here. Lots more games to still be played. I got 24 people in the tournament, so it's like a largest one. You know. Definitely not the biggest by far, but decent number of signups for so late in the night. It's not 9:30 Eastern time is definitely not it for most folks. It's really not for me, but you know, I'm hanging in here. I'm gonna try and get more victories here for you all. Oh, okay, I haven't played Blake then. when you harass Tammy with Karanak, is it only his active abilities? I'm not 100% sure on what passive abilities truly count as passive abilities. Because I can tell you that Karanak does not stop Frenzy, right? Like, Frenzy is active. It's technically an ability, counts as an augment, so he doesn't actually remove that. Same with, like, Charge Defense Against Large, blah, 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 blah. But I do think that if it counts as... Where's a good example? I need something... Oh, like, best of the best. I don't... Let's actually test that now. Because that's a very similar ability to one of, what's his name's? Tammy's. Tammy has an automatic, activating ability as well. Oh, I need to be Khorne for this. And then it can just be the Mean and Green Machine. We're on Itza, so we'll just get Grimgore. I'm getting rid of all of that nonsense. All I care about is whether he gets best of the best activated. This is going to tell me a lot. Oh, yeah. I mean, Cleaver's an activatable ability. It stops all items and abilities. It's really strong. I mean, Karanak really is a good character. Here's the thing about Khorne and Karanak and Valkia. Both Valkia and Karanak...
All warriors may claim noble ideals,
oh my god.
but they simply crave the glory of taking life.
Okay, thank you, Valkia. Anyways, the thing about Karanak and Valkia is that they're both excellent characters, but they're very low mass characters. So what happens is if they get caught one time and you're not prepared to peel for them, they will die. So they are a little high risk, high reward, which is why you don't see Karanak all that often. Not because he's bad, it's just that it's not always the best. So he does get it temporarily before Karanak fully closes the gap. He seems to have it. But then it wears off. I think what's happening is it procs, and then it goes off again. Yeah? Oh, or maybe... No, he just gets it, period. Okay. Good to know. Jesus Christ. Okay, so Tamercon's little, whatchamacallit. Tamercon has that, maggot item, or ability, that automatically procs when he dies. That probably doesn't get affected, but any activatable stuff does. So that's good to know. So what does that count as? Is this an augment too? Oh, it's just ward save. Alright. Okay, well any passives you can count on being there, but any activatable stuff is just absolutely no-go zone when Karanak's around him. Oh, the death nuke did go off. Well, there you go. I mean, that would explain a lot. That's fine. I'll be sure to avoid Tamercon's nuke next time. Right before he dies, I'll just get Karanak out of there. It didn't really matter the position that we were in that game, but for the future, it could end up making a huge difference in a win or loss scenario. There's some other... Oh, I wanted to test Arball out a little bit. We'll just have an Orc War Boss on foot. He can have all of his items, just make him a little bit more of a fair fight. We'll get some, we'll get 3 boys to protect him. I just want to see what Arball is like now. This is just a goofing around test. I just want to see if I can clean up all the orc boys and then the orc war boss with Arball. He didn't really get any changes per se. I've just noticed the game feels a little bit different, right? Seems like some of the units that were obscenely powerful are a little less so now. And it seems like the performance of some units has gone up and others down, and I'm not 100% sure why. So I just want to, like, kind of gauge and see if Arball is a little bit more, easy to use. He still seems to have some of the same problems with turning. Oh, he did get the, he got the reductions on his items. That's right. Okay, so the changes that Arball did get, I think he got a little bit more mass. I think he also got a reduction on how many kills he needs for max intensity on Destroyer, and then Thirst for Challenge charges up a lot quicker too. It used to be that you needed like 300 models near Arball for Thirst for Challenge to be like fully charged, and it was a small radius. I didn't realize how little it was. Now it's very different. I think it's down to like 150. And I've been noticing that you can get it fully activated fairly easily. It's really just like one infantry unit that you need to be on. You get a massive increase to stats. I mean, look at all of this, dude. This is crazy. Like, these are almost campaign levels of stats here. How useful it all is, does actually look like it's helping keep them fairly protected. You can see Thirst for Challenge drops as some dudes move away. I'm really curious what Fury of the Blood God does. It's done good damage in the past. I just want to see. Oh my god. Alright, that's pretty gross. Just kind of run around, bash on some stuff. Alright, so he's still not good against infantry, because he just doesn't kill that many models. Like, his little Flesh Hound is strong, but doesn't have very good splash damage. He's a single entity dueler. He kind of always has been. It's really not too different from Valkia or anything. Let's see if I can thread that needle. Okay. You see, just, like, smacks up the war boss the second he makes contact. Way better than he can against all these infantry. That's so powerful. Still doesn't kill models very effectively. Those guys aren't at 20% yet. Come on. Come on, Arball. He at least does seem to take less damage from, like, low-tier infantry. I noticed that seemed to be a big problem with him at one point. It's still not great, though. I mean, he is actually losing a decent amount of health now. Probably because he's exhausted. It's almost always the real culprit behind performance issues with a lot of these characters. Spawn last, yeah, 86 seconds, just like most stuff in the game. What is that? Oh, the Wah? Okay. Dang, dude, look at the smash him faster and Wah. Increasing the orc boys up to 65 melee attack. That's wild, man. Spawn doing alright, you know, they're a pretty bad unit overall, I would say. I really wish Chaos Spawn were more usable. They're just so lackluster. They don't really do a whole lot effectively. Like, the Unbreakable on the Chaos Spawn is really the only good thing about them. Everything else is just really mid. Paul running into all the trees. Struggling immensely to actually hit anything. Look how much melee attack he loses in here. 19 lost. And the 23 from the, exhaustion. It's kind of wild. Do have Destroyer all the way charged now. That's nice. Well, we're, like, stuck in here. We might as well actually fight since we're not escaping from here. We'll give him a buff, and I'll blow up the last of the infantry here. Probably still gonna beat the Orc War Boss. I mean, he is on foot, and Arbol is a really crazy character. It's so funny the way they get launched up around him. Yeah, Arbol looks like he's still fine. I mean, he's not like a world beater or anything. He'll be like situationally useful if you think your opponent's going with like a foot character that you want to aggressively snipe. I haven't used the Chosen a whole lot. I liked the Chosen before they got cap weight increased. I always thought Chosen had a few matchups they were good in. You just have to keep these Khorne Chosen from getting surrounded, and they will carry water for you for ages. I mean, their leadership is insane. 85. They never lose Frenzy. I've had games where they've had like 15 models left and only like 1,000 HP, and they've still had Frenzy procced because their leadership is so good. It's truly bananas. They're good alone, but they're also really good if they just fight with Skull Taker, right? Like on the Blood Throne. He's really good for sitting in one specific locale with a unit of Chosen and just never moving again, because your opponent can't cap away from you with the 10 cap weight from Skull Taker and the Chosen. They have to commit a whole bunch onto the point, and then you can use Khorne mobility to harass after that. So we're playing Sag. Sag is banning Norscan Rise. That's fine. Oh god, all these maps suck for Khorne. I don't want to have to fight vampire counts on Glade or on Eastern Isle. Oh no. Is that who Sag is playing? Last time I played them, they were on the vampires. Ow. Alright. Well, that's okay. Khorne is still pretty good against counts. It's not a free matchup, for sure. I have confidence with decent micro, we'll be okay. We're gonna see about it. We're gonna ban Eastern Isle. And we're gonna scrap it out on, Glade of the Everqueen. Vampire counts are like a personal nightmare faction to fight for me personally, so we're gonna have to see how it goes here. Could go Valkia. Could always just go Skull Taker, man. I mean, he's so strong. Yeah, counts are at 5 and 5 with Khorne. You can't really bring Karanak against the vampire counts, unfortunately. The reason you can't bring Karanak is because of Blood Knights, because they just annihilate Karanak. Even the Sword and Board variant seems to do pretty well into him. He's too lightly armored. We're gonna have to run it with somebody else. I just don't know what lord I want to do that with, though. Okay. Alright. I like these dudes. They're gonna do a lot of good for me. Oh, yeah. I totally am doing this, aren't I? Wait, well, maybe not that unit. Yeah, nah, we're gonna do these dudes. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Now we got the goods. Does that go in evenly? Yeah, it does. Okay. We're gonna need to play real cagey in the early game for this one. Definitely gonna have to. Definitely want them. A couple of them. One of yous. And those guys? No, probably these guys, actually. No, actually, probably too squishy of a unit, huh? Oh, and, we're on Glades. Alright, well, let's just go ahead and get on Glade of the Everqueen, and let's see what the hell we can get done here. This is gonna be weird, because I haven't played Vampire Counts this season yet. We'll see how our build does. Adam sent me a build that he's had a lot of success with. But we are doing something a little bit different, for sure. Definitely not the build that was just DM'd to me. One that I'm, like, personally curious to see if it works. Absolutely buffoonishly large Vampire Counts army, which I'm not super surprised by. So... put these guys in locked groups so that they move up together and they can't get separated easily. Because vampire counts don't have great ways of punishing stuff like this. It's not like a super ideal thing to do. In fact, we're going to spread it out a little bit more. So if they do have to unblob some, they can do it a little bit easier. Yeah, that's good. I played a formation almost exactly like this against Bretonnia, and it did pretty well. And honestly, Bretonnia and vampire counts, outside of the Yeoman, don't play that differently. You've got a lot of Bretonian-like builds that are dependent on their big flyers, same like the vampire counts are. We're just going to be trying to punish those flyers as best we can. We got like 1 million skeleton warriors and a bunch of other garbage coming up. We're going to cap this point. We're going to scoot forward as quickly as possible. We'll bring out the other Skull Crusher because those are one of my answers for my opponent's mobility. Specifically Blood Knights, obviously. We'll see what we can do with the Knights of the Brazen Throne. What's going on in here? Double Fellbat. Okay, that's intriguing. Oh, he just started with 1 million Blood Knights. Of course he did. That's great. Right, well... Since my opponent has 1 million Blood Knights right off the bat, we gotta wait. We just gotta be really patient. We're gonna cap this point. We don't need to get caught here, so we're just gonna leave. Okay, he's splitting his force here, so we're actually gonna go throw axes at these Blood Knights. He's not falling for it. I'm gonna put these guys in group 3. Let's get our Skull Crushers out. Let's get them forward. I'm gonna shift all of our infantry over.
Tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
I do love the vampire counts. Can't tell it's a matchup that fills my heart with just an unimaginable and impenetrable level of joy that I can scarcely contain, honestly. So, dude, I mean, if you give the Knights of the Brazen Throne just, like, continuous commands to charge stuff, they're absolutely busted. You see them just, like, bulldozing up into the middle of my opponent's entire army there and doing crazy good damage. Marauders are going to get through, and we're going to pop this here on these guys. We're going to go attack our opponent's dude. We're gonna fight here, actually, because we can kill these things. These guys keep fighting here. We're gonna kite back a little bit. Krell is actually out on the field and attacking us, which I don't want to fight. Let's get up in there. Oh yeah, there you go. Get the hell out of here with those dudes. Get those Blood Knights out of here, dog. We don't need no Blood Knights. Here comes the Mortis engine. Oh my god, the Blood Knights are melting! Get them! Oh, yes! Oh, you love to see it. That's how we bully Blood Crushers, or Blood Knights there. Let's just get our horsemen out. Let's get some Forsaken to go get our points. Okay, we're like fully stuck up in here. We are not getting out of there. Alright. Can we get these guys out of here? Mostly. Let's go get this thing. We'll just go, we'll charge other stuff down. I don't need to be doing anything too fancy and heroic. Where's all my opponent's, like, bodies and stuff? He's got a lot of bodies over here. So let's actually drop here, then. That was pretty nice. That was very sexy, honestly. I am gonna debuff these guys, I guess. We've got this position secured. We're gonna come back for those zombies. Did we kill the, we totally did kill the Mortis engine. That's amazing. Dog bless Khorne, man. And, dude, we haven't even needed these horsemen. Horsemen are usually the hard carry in this matchup, but this game they haven't needed to do anything. We're just gonna pop buff here. What is killing my dude? Come on, my dude, get out of here. Alright, Skull Taker taking a little bit more damage than I'm comfortable with right now. I don't know what's been pummeling him. I think it's that remaining few Blood Knights, but I think we're fine. So we're gonna get our Marauders, Marauder Horsemen in position. We're gonna kill the corpse carts. Yeah, it is Blood Knights, isn't it? Fucking damn it. Alright, well, I think we're fine regardless. Skull Taker is just really hard to lock down. I'm gonna pop that on him just to keep him alive here, because he's like literally on his deathbed basically. He's got 8 HP, a grand total of it. Amazing. Get these guys out of here. God damn it. How have we not won this game already? Alright, well, Skull Taker just died. That's amazing. That's not terrifying at all. This could be actually be my downfall, because our stuff is spread out all over the goddamn place. And honestly, not doing that well now. All these damn Graveguard coming in. Oh, dude, you gotta be kidding me. No! Are you kidding me? I think I just lost this game because Skull Taker died, guys. I mean, this is about as bad as it gets in terms of all of your stuff melting. How the hell? One unit of Blood Knights with 19 models did all of that damage. And it doesn't matter how many Minotaurs I throw out, does it? Alright, I need all of my guys to rally up here and plug up all these gaps, because this is unacceptable. I think I might have lost because I didn't kill the corpse carts because I underestimated them. Because I had done so much damage to the rest of my opponent's army, I think I got complacent. I think I'm about to pay the price for it. Let's get out of here. Maybe we're okay. Maybe we're fine. I just lost something back in here. The Black Coach got it. Still don't have any objectives, hardly. Halberds are going to rally. The Forsaken are going to rally, thank God. I think I needed to go more of a melee rush, actually, because my throwing axes have been a massive waste, truthfully. They have not done enough. They have been pretty terrible, actually. Dude, are you kidding? And the Furies just crumble out?
Has been destroyed.
What the actual fuck is going on? Whatever, dude. Whatever. I don't even know what happened there, guys. We got 418 kills and they didn't pay for themselves. That's probably why. The halberds were great. We probably just needed to go all infantry and all grind and just win that way. I needed to kill all the Blood Knights and I didn't do that quick enough. I just don't get it. This halberd unit got 1700 value too. They just snuck in under the radar and then I forgot about them. That's all my own damn fault. I lost that one because I didn't respect the vampire counts enough. That's so brutal, man. I'm heartbroken. Character throw and horseman throw, honestly, they were terrible. I'll come up with something. I need to look at Adam's build. Skull Taker, Forsaken, Skull Reapers, 3 Chosen, 2 Minotaurs, 2 Fleshhounds, 3 Horsemen. Okay. Fair enough. I don't get it, dude. I don't understand what went wrong that last game. It doesn't make sense to me. It does not compute. How do you get away with elite infantry? Just get bogged down in Wind of Death. Wind of Death isn't really all that scary to Khorne. Whatever. Coast has a vampire caster with Wind of Death. Wind of Death is not all that strong upgraded. Like, you get 24 damage per second on the base version, which is all AP. 35% of that's being mitigated. That's 16 damage per second. It's a super expensive spell. Upgraded is even less intimidating because it just gives a bunch of base weapon strength, and Khorne's infantry is heavily armored enough that they just shake it off. Wind of Death is not a threat. What is dangerous against Khorne, though, is the, whatchamacallits. The Blood Dragons. The Vampire Dragons have breath attacks, which are absolutely devastating. Those you need to be careful of. So any of the vampire count lords who can come in on the zombie dragons and use the pestilential breath, those are the guys who can munch on your elite infantry. They just throw those breath attacks down and roast you to smithereens. I need to psychically recover after that last game, guys. It's gonna take me a second. I'm just shook by the vampire counts and the insanity of all their heals, man. I mean, Kemmler was in the middle of that fight all game. Maybe I didn't need to be grinding in quite that hard. And I think I could just do with some different units and I'd be better off. I also needed to cycle charge my Skull Crushers, and especially the Knights of the Brazen Throne. I did not cycle charge enough with these guys. That's the whole point of bringing them, is Murderous Charge, and I just stopped doing that. And then they got bogged down, and they killed a million things, but they didn't get their value. If I had kept them moving and trampling everything with Murderous Charge, I think I would have won that game. So I only have myself to blame for that loss. Okay, well, let's see who we might be getting next round. I'm gonna go to the tournament tab and see about it. We can still get into the top 4. It's definitely not over for us, but I don't like the direction it's heading already. Losing feels bad. Big bad. Very much not loving the loss on that one. Who's Tourney playing? Tourney is playing the High Elves? Really? Tourney could be our next round opponent, which would be pretty lit. We've had a lot of really close games, so... maybe. We'll see about it. Got a little bit of time before the next one. I betrayed these guys. Failed to do service with them the way that they needed. What else can we test? You know what, honestly... how does one Chosen match up against one Black Orc with great weapons? I actually think the Chosen have a good chance of winning this fight because they massively outstat the Black Orcs. Yeah, that is a crazy difference. And they don't have a way to... okay. So the Black Orcs don't have a way to raise their melee attack. All they have is their raw weapon strength to try and do damage to these guys. I don't know if that's going to be enough. We're just going to wait here. We're going to drive up and we'll give them a little spook and then we're just going to run around. Let's go attack the Lord and try to keep him out of this fight. Actually, I don't think that's going to happen. Whatever. We'll see how the Chosen do even with the Lord in there. So the charge is fairly even between the two. Black Orcs have a little bit more HP, not much more. Also start with only a little bit more. I mean, Chosen are doing fine. The Unstoppable Choppas is a little bit of a pain. Oh, they get the Wah. They might fully beat these guys. I'll get Skull Taker in here just to see. Wow, dude, Chosen do not do anything to Black Orc great weapons. Holy crap. Hey man, I mean, I guess that, look, the weapon strength, all that AP, a little much. A little much for the Chosen, it looks like. Another wah? How the hell do they keep charging it so quick? Okay, well, anyways. I would have really thought that they'd do a lot better. I thought it would be down to the wire, but the Chosen would win out on leadership and stats. Alright, AI is not on anything crazy. Dude, the Wah is such a nutty ability. Apparently that makes all the difference in the world. What would be a good test for the Chosen, then? Let's do a regular Black Orc and see what happens. I mean, I hear you on, like, that's their ideal matchup, but I really thought that the Chosen's stats were going to keep them alive. Like, they've got 55 melee defense. I really thought that was going to be doing a lot more work than it actually ended up throwing in there. Ended up being totally useless. What about the head-to-head? Come on, Chosen. Get in there and be somebody. Can you get the Orc War Boss to chase Skull Taker? Come on, buddy. Come over here. No, you bastard. Get your ass over here. All I want is for the Lord to chase me. I need a frickin' setup so that I don't end up in situations like this. Alright, fine. Fine. Just come back over here, please. Maybe I should just do a Goblin Great Shaman. I think the War Boss is just too eager to fight. What kind of damage does he actually do in melee? Eh. Well, the Black Orcs aren't even fighting back. They just immediately went into turtle mode. I'd need somebody to actually play these games with me. The AI is doing shenanigans that most players are not going to be committing to. People don't use that immovable bulwark all that often. In that situation, the Chosen would just win because they'll still be pummeling through every now and then. Way better than the 9 melee attack of the Black Orcs, so I don't see much of a point in testing that. Nurgle Chosen? Maybe. The AI would just not proc a million abilities. Keep sending all these characters in to go scrap. That'd be great. Let's do this, dude. Cut all of this. With Chosen of Nurgle versus Chosen of Khorne. I mean, you can see it's fairly close in all the stats. The Chosen of Nurgle get a lot more health. A little less armor, a little less melee attack, tons more melee defense. It's going to be kind of hard to hit these guys. 65 is nasty business. See, here's the thing. The reason why I'm pretty sure the Nurgle Chosen are going to win this is because you lose a lot more melee attack from being tired than you do melee defense. And it's proportional. So while the Khorne Chosen are going to be losing, what, like, at exhausted, they lose 30% or something like that. They're going to lose, like, 19. Not 19, what is it going to be? 16 melee attack, give or take. Just a couple more. I don't see them being able to hold up very well in the long term. Alright, get in there and be somebody, guys. Skull Taker's just gonna do a little drive-by. He's just coming to look. He's saying, hey, what's up? Just a shave. Cut and a shave, 2 bits for the Nurgle Chosen. Alright, Nurgle Chosen, what are y'all up to? Doing something. I don't want Skulltaker to kill this character. Also don't want to be giving the buff there. The Battle of the Ages. Actually killing the Chaos Sorcerer, which is kind of funny. How much damage they do to the Sorcerer? Just each hit? Actually chipping them down fairly effectively. Yeah, the Khorne Chosen not hanging in super well. It's close, though. We're giving our dudes buffs. Oh, and we're giving them buffs now. I mean, if you commit Skulltaker, it's a pretty easy win, because Skulltaker just wrecks everything. He absolutely munches on infantry. Okay. Got Wa super quick, based on percentage of units in melee. That figures. Okay. Chosen. What else would be a good indicator? Well, they'll lose to Marauder Champions if that fight against the Black Orcs is any indication, but whatever. Let's throw them in here and see what they can do. Get Big Boy on the throne, just to have him running around. Alright, let's see what the Marauder Champions have got. Chieftain's chilling here. He shouldn't do too much damage to the Chosen. Oh, wow, they want to attack Skulltaker? Are they serious? Wow, they fully are willing to charge Skulltaker down. That's pretty brave. Alright, we'll stop charging him and attack my warriors. Alright, pretty even on the collision. Nothing too crazy going on. Marauder Chieftain gets in, and then he decides he's done, but then he decides he's actually ready, and then he actually gets into combat. It is important to remember that the Marauder Champions are a full 1,000 gold cheaper, so you would hope that the Chosen can carry their own water here. Them losing this combat is a little sad. Come on, guys. Damn, dude, AP just wrecks Chosen, huh? Okay. Give them a buff for a second. I mean, they're like kind of out-muscling these guys, but it's not by much, I've gotta say. In my estimation, this is a pretty piss-poor performance. They might still lose. Ugh. Grody. Okay, whatever. Look at him still scrapping over here. Oh my god. Going down to the wire. The fact that they got equivalent value is really great for the Marauder champions and really terrible for the Chosen. Alright, still waiting to see their stats make a difference. It just doesn't really seem to matter all that much. Like, what are they going to do? Kill Chaff for 50 years in every game? It's just not super realistic. I've seen these guys perform really well before. And it was against Norska. Granted, they didn't have a bunch of champions, I guess. The Chosen fought some, like, Skinwolves, and, I think they fought regular Marauder champions, and they did really good in both those fights. Even when they were double-tamed. It's probably because there's just not that much AP on either of those units. And that's probably where the Chosen are able to, stand tall a little bit more. Or what about a Chosen versus just a regular old Saurus? Because you do need nice shielded infantry against Lizardmen oftentimes. And this is a matchup where I could see Chosen being situationally useful. There's a lot of AP on Lizardmen, though. That is something you gotta consider. But against basic Saurus, maybe the Chosen are strong enough to beat them down.
Violence counts. Frenzy, bloodlust, these are our virtues. Fly at the bow, so Khorne your honor.
Yeah, get in there, guys. Nice spiky armor. Maybe we should give them a chance to catch their breath, because they are active. Maybe they're losing because they get tired out before their opponent does. Yeah, come on, buddy. Want a ruckus here? Alright, this should be an overwhelming, crushing victory for the Chosen. It already looks like it kind of is. Saurus just bounced right off the front of this unit. Alright, I mean, Chosen eat Saurus for breakfast at least. You don't really see a ton of Chosen against Lizardmen, though. They do love to go pretty kite-heavy as well. Maybe one of these guys is pretty good, though. I mean, they really stomped the hell out of the Saurus. Oh my god. That's the kind of performance that I was hoping for. Well, maybe not this good, but a little bit better than what I've been seeing so far. Alright, well, the Chosen of Khorne might just be a bully unit. Or it's not like they're not, like, amazing against units of equivalent status in other Chaos armies. But they sure do beat the crap out of lower-tier stuff. Especially these mid-tier infantry units. I'm gonna cost our great weapon. Ooh. How does armor push do against Kislev? I think we got time for this one last test before our next round. Oh my god, we're playing Blood Penguin. Okay. Yeah, the fire damage against the Skinwolves is super crunchy. That's about what I remember of their performance in that game against Norska. They just absolutely shredded the Skinwolf sitting on top of them. We're going to be playing Blood Penguin, who I believe is on Bretonnia, which is an awful matchup for Khorne. See if we can do anything there. we should leave the great weapons to actually shoot at the Chosen. While they fire a whole volley and the Chosen just don't even flinch, man. Not super surprised they don't take a lot of damage on the way in.
Blood for the Blood God!
Armored Kossars, I'm pretty sure missed their charge. I mean, 22 charge bonus is pretty good. It's not too far off from the Chosen. Ouch. Alright, Kossar great weapons get annihilated by Chosen. Honestly, way worse than even the Saurus. Now the Adamant is in here, they're doing a little bit better. Christ alive. Got eaten for breakfast, dude. Alright, let's go get stomped by Bretonia. Oh. Never mind, we're playing the Empire. Ah. Huh. What do we want to do against the Empire, actually? Hold on. There's your current standings. Or here, let me update it, and there will be your current standings. Aha! Yes. Round 3 just started, and there's already 2 people with wins. Seriously, they already won? What the hell? That's filthy. How the hell did they win already? Concedes, maybe? Seems a little bit insane to me personally. Oh, well, Dark Age and Anticity are just tearing through everyone. Alright, we're banning Bray Valley. It's, I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't see it going too well for me. Although Blazing Ramparts is pretty rough against a missile faction. God, dude, I don't really like the maps today. They're not feeling all that good. I mean, Brave Valley, actually, oh. Okay. Let's actually play Brave Valley, then. Just for the memes. Y'all are gonna get to see the most busted map in the entire game, like, in terms of just being weird and bizarre and out there. Definitely not something that you would expect. Couple Khorne Gores, we'll get some Forsaken in reserve, I guess. How many skull cannons do we want? I don't know if I want any, actually. Dude, this matchup sucks so bad. Oh my god. It's not undoable for Khorne. Empire does have vulnerabilities, that's for sure. Just like how how often are you going to be able to take advantage of those weaknesses, right? The Empire is so good at kite. They are exceptionally strong at the run away and never give you a good fight game. That does tend to get a little wearying very quickly. If I can avoid it, I would love to. Don't know if those guys will be any good. Yeah, I'll do 2 of them. More, maybe 1 less. Is this enough counter skirmish? Maybe. May not be enough. Alright, whatever. I mean, we're gonna see what we can do here. So many factions with, massive gaping problems that Khorne has a very hard time dealing with today, huh? We're gonna control number 2 and the number 3. There's forests on both of these objectives that I can actually play out of, and I am going to spend as much time as possible not getting shot to death, hopefully. I assume my opponent will bring artillery. I would be shocked if he didn't. It would be a massive mistake for him to not. Could play all the way out here, too. I think, though, I need to be a little more concentrated than my opponent. I think if I spread myself out, I'm setting myself up for failure. And if I play a little bit more in concert with my forces, then we'll be fine. I need to remember the golden rule of always be charging. Hope it's not War Wagon Kite. Ah ha ha ha! Well, guess what? You'll get War Wagon Kite and you'll like it. You thought that I could play Khorne without getting kited by war wagons against the Empire? I regret to inform you, brother, but that is the normal state of affairs for Khorne, is getting kited to death, and not really being able to do a whole lot about it, because your opponent just brought the most uninteractive build of all time. We've got lots of anti-skirmish elements. That's like almost my entire army. I'm going to see if that affects my readiness for other playstyles. Because my opponent's got 8 units. He could just fully be going something that I'm totally unprepared for and just kill me instantly.
We cannot interfere with the path laid out by our master. Crush them under.
Alright, 1 billion Outriders. Yeah, what do you know? It's kite. It's kite play. I'd have never expected it. Whatever. Let's live in the trees, boys.
Make it grow.
He can take the objective early, that's fine. Let's get all of our mobility up and around.
Not lost.
For all that's on the move, claim it for Khorne.
Shield maiden. Move out.
It's a nice little combo he's got going on here. It was okay. I'm not that impressed. Let's get our units in there.
Rage guides me.
Alright, Valkia, get the hell out of here, girl. Let's get back. We got more Empire Knights coming in. The War Wagons are opening up, and they're going to kill everything in like 2 seconds. Because they're goofy. Very silly. It's not going to land there. We need to get these guys back because they're going to get shot to pieces.
For the kill.
Let's get down the hill. Let's ratchet up the intensity a little bit here. No, 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 no. They brace here? They might actually survive that charge pretty nicely.
Certain death.
Oh, catch Karl Franz on the ground here and separate him from the army and then kill his ass? Please? That would be amazing. I desperately want it. I really want it, in fact. God, he just escapes like it doesn't even matter. That's so unfair, dude. It's so unfair. How does he get away with it? Over and over again. We're actually killing a lot of my opponent's stuff. Blood Penguin's in trouble here, I think. Let's just keep moving, and we're not going to get too hung up on anything related to Karl Franz. So I actually think we don't even need to really deal with him, to be quite honest. Alright, these Empire Knights were literally going to run off the entire field here. Buddy's escaping. I'm going to get our warriors posted up to hold points. Marauders are fine over here. Demigryph Knights come in. Just make sure that these guys run away.
Glorious slaughter.
That's super nice.
Valkyrie
I'm going to commit
bloody.
to this dive to kill this Outrider. Of course, my units can't hit my opponent for some reason. That's amazing. Okay. Let's come kill Theodore Bruckner while he's divided from the whole army. Alright, let's get these guys out. We got Bruckner. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Alright, we got one Fleshhound left. We got plenty of stuff here. I'm not that worried about it. The War Wagons are going to be obnoxious. That's not super shocking. We just need to keep committing here, and I think we'll win. I mean, that's nice. I like the heals, bro, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to survive all this. It's an awful lot. Demigryphs are getting folded up a little, too. Alright, killing this Demigryph might be enough to give me the win, because I don't think that even the Royal Altdorf Gryphites are going to be able to do this alone. Because it's a lot of shit that I got coming in on them. I'm just going to drop this here, because I literally don't have anything to do with this. I might as well use my abilities, right? So my opponent gets a terror out there. That's great. Hopefully my entire army doesn't run away. As long as that doesn't happen, I think we win. We could do more Flesh Hounds, maybe. Actually, Forsaken are a good idea. They're just really obnoxious. It's going to be very hard for my opponent to keep them locked down all game. Pistoliers, we'll go after those guys. Those Outriders are just chilling in the trees. And, oh, it's a Awakening of the Wood. That's fine. Alright, well. Honestly, going alright. Okay, go get him. Alright, this is what I didn't do last time, was keep up the pressure on the mobile, expensive elements like the Demigryph Halberds. They actually ended up wearing me down eventually.
Blood for the Blood God!
Alright, we got folded up here. Finally did. I guess it was unavoidable at some point. The question is, can we survive the Empire at this point? Like, they're pretty beat up too. We've got some Demigryphs. Let's see if Valkia can kill this thing. Wow, Valkia just gets the absolute living shit shot out of her, which is amazing. Gotta really say, girl, that's fantastic stuff. I'd really like it if you'd actually kill some things. Empire Knights going. Go after the Outriders. More Empire Knights, dude. Oh my god, how many freaking Empire Knights are gonna come out on the field? I also don't have a whole lot to summon out. This is actually terrifying. Please don't let it happen like this, dude. Oh my god, every time. No! Valkia, please! Dude. What the hell is this? Awesome. Wow, that's great. That's really great. I'm so happy with this. This is fine. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. Valkia's just running away because she just decided she's tired of fighting. My opponent's war wagons have, I'm sure, farmed me for 1,000,000 value, which they indeed have. How I'm so shocked. This is not terrifying or dreadful in any way whatsoever. Just need to get Flesh Hounds out and hope that I can hold the line here for a bit. Knights of the Black Rose are in. They're gonna fucking kill me. We get any damage here. Not really. I need the Flesh Hounds to finish off these war wagons if possible. I could send these guys over and maybe we can finish off those knights. Maybe we need to go over here. Oh, can we hold on this point for as long as we need to, dude? I have no idea. It's gonna be so tough. I need something that can get down there quickly. I don't know what the hell that's going to be, though. We actually just need to bail on this objective fully, because we're going to need to reinforce this one. We are officially at the playing for time stage. Fully and truly, we literally cannot scrap evenly into any of those units. My opponent wants to kill all of my flesh hounds, and I just need to like not allow that to happen as much as I can. And we're just gonna keep sending Khorne Gores to the number 3 and hope to God my opponent cannot clear them all. Okay, Warriors, pretty mid. The Forsaken, also pretty mid. Probably should have fallen back to regroup a lot earlier. Let's just keep my opponent running. Those are grenade launchers, so we are in trouble. Can we barely hold this? I probably should have gotten something else out than what I just summoned. But I don't think it's a bad thing. We're actually going to go dive these cav units. We're going to win by literally like 1 second. Oh my god. Or not like 1 second. A little bit better than that, but that was way too close for comfort. Skull Crushers only got 1,300 value. The Khorne Gores were crazy. They got 1,800 and 1,000. Probably just needed to summon more of them. A couple of Flesh Hounds were really good. This one got 1,400. The other got 12. A couple of them were bad. Minotaurs were good. Blood Beast, one was okay. The other was kind of bad. 1,500, 900, 1,500 on these guys. Bruckner died horribly. That was really funny. I don't know, man. That was a weird game. It was War Wagon Kite. I'm sure you saw. Were you surprised? Because I was not. There's not a whole lot you can do about War Wagon Kite anyways. Oh my god, did I freaking leave it on? I'm a dummy. Amazing. Amazing. Guys, I failed you. Y'all missed the game. I can't believe it. Every freaking time, dude. How do I always manage to, did I leave it on there? Did y'all see the game, or did I just fuck it up completely? Did y'all get the, audible version of the battle? That sucks, dude. I'll get y'all this game as soon as I can. The hell are the Empire? There they are. Okay, we're up against Torsen. I'm gonna not mess around with the damn settings again. Did I save that replay? No, I did not. I better. Before it goes by the wayside. Wow. Amazing name. For an amazing game, too. We'll show it off soon. God damn it. And you know what? The best part is, I'm pretty sure stream chat is mega bugged. Because I haven't heard nothing from anybody. Okay, Khorne versus High Elves. Let's see how we can do this one. Gavalkia. And what else are we gonna do? It's another kite-esque faction. We're gonna ban Whirling Maelstrom. We'll see what Torsen bans out. Okay, so we're playing Edge of the Darkwood. That's fine by me. It's a pretty good map. Dude, do you bring anything other than Khorne anymore? I swear it doesn't feel like it. Just was so strong that last game. The Khorne at least. The Warriors do not feel very good to me right now. Maybe I just cut them completely. One Chosen, that's pretty expensive though. Maybe just one Chaos Warrior. If I want to do these guys, then I need to swap it up a little bit. How do we do this? What do I want to fit in here? They will be really strong. Blood Beast would be nice. I don't think they're required. I think just 2 of these dudes is fine. Instead of 1 Chaos Warrior. Maybe we'll still do 1 Warrior. We got 1650. I do so like Blood Crushers. And then 2 Fleshhounds. That sounds pretty good, honestly. Couple Furies, couple Minotaur Great Weapons, 1 Blood Beast. Hounds of the Blood Hunt. 1 more Khorne. Knights of the Brazen Throne. Uh-huh. Alright, throwing axes. What are these guys doing? Controlling space, hitting single entities. Sure, whatever. Let's go for it. Alright, welcome guys. We're trying to grind our way back into the top 4. I don't know how doable it is right now. This is a perfect opportunity to check current standings. We are... Why do we have 3 points? Oh, because Plague Penguin dropped. Needs to contact Tourney. Because I do have an extra op point that I need to get rid of. I don't need that hanging over my head. Some mobile cap weight. Stupidly annoying units to hide in the woods because we can.
Master, behold!
Soul Grinder because we're cool. Marauders to go die horrifically on the middle objective. That's kind of the general idea behind my build. We should have enough mobility to stop any pressure on our number 3. We'll be a little patient with this dive. Our opponent can't really come up into the woods and attack us. We're gonna have to really respect that. We're gonna see if we can make the Soul Grinder work. I've had a lot of success with it lately. I would love to see it perform here. It'd be so nice. I would literally cry if I could get the Soul Grinder to pay for itself. There's all the skirmishers, which I'm really unsurprised by. We might actually just come out of the forest for a minute just to posture for a second and see what our opponent does. Or nah, we'll just wait here. There's no reason to go out and get poked at. So yeah, Techless with the nets. There's a ton of Lothern Seaguard. This is very atypical in my experience.
Keep it from the foe.
To the fight!
Yeah, nice shot, dude. Actually killed some of those guys. So this is how you play Edge of the Darkwood. There's still points from people. We're gonna wait and build up. We're just gonna try and steal points as much as possible just to harass our opponent's micro and attention. This map is pretty big. People very often don't see pressure on their back points until it's too late sometimes. He does notice. That's fine. Dodge some of the shots. Not dodging everything. Can we get up over here and kind of posture up in his face? He's probably going to pull back. I doubt he's going to let me get a charge off here. Yeah. Alright, we're just going to pull back now. Because we capped the point. We're going to get points here, which is nice. We're just stalling while we bring out our stupidly powerful units. My opponent's going to go for back pressure now. He sent units off into the trees, so I'm going to go try and cut those guys off a little bit. And we're just going to keep building up. He can drop Flock of Doom if he wants. That's fine. He'll take the point back. We're keeping it fairly even. It'd be nice if my units would not get so tangled up. Those are white lines of trace. Oh, they're rangers. Oh, perfect. I'm sending the Lothern Sea Guard over there. He's doing a good job of turtling. We've got time. He's got those guys hovering at the edge of range, basically. He's got the nets incoming, which is really good. I like it. This is a strange High Elves build. This is not what I'm used to, so this has definitely got me thrown for a huge loop right now. And so far, it's paying off big time for my opponent, because I'm not doing a very good job of preserving my forces. Alright, these guys got absolutely plastered here. Let's go get these sisters. Let's get away from here. My opponent's about to open up a hole in their formation, which I'm going to try and punish. Really need Valkia to go in. Really need to escape from here. But we're not going to be able to. My opponent did a really good job of netting there. We're actually going to land with those Furies here. Push through here. Push through here. Push through here. Over here. And get some horsemen. We're going to go run these guys over. Valky's going to kill this guy. Our Soul Grinder died horribly, but I think we win anyways. Because we've overwhelmed the backline, it is literally falling apart right now. Grinding these guys down. We're going to make sure they all go offline. Just keep attacking here. Crushed this position. We're going to go after these dudes next. What's going on here? It's also Sisters of Avalorn, which we're cleaning up. Capping this point. Valkia needs to run. We don't want her fighting those Swordmasters. Ah, but she does get netted. Okay, but the Knights of the Brazen Throne are gonna bulldoze over these guys. We'll pop this while we get these dudes out of this position. There's no lingering Reavers, which I'm not too worried about. I forgot about these guys and pay the price for it. It's very silly of me. Alright, Skull Crushers, I need y'all out of here right now. Let's actually send these guys over to save the Skull Crushers, in fact. Valkia is just going to have to keep fighting here. We're going to drop the sword. Try and break that position. Oh, that actually did a ton of damage. Oh my god. That do something for us here? Alright, Knights of the Brazen Throne get a really good charge in. They're a little worn out, but they've actually done pretty good damage. It's really nice. Turn around and attack these guys. We're gonna kill all these fuckers. Keep fighting here. We'll be bringing more mobility now. I'm gonna get a rear charge with my Marauder Horsemen. And one with these dudes. It's actually gonna finish all those dudes off, I think. Oh, that did so much damage. Thank you. Oh, praise be. That's a nice little, high elf sandwich right there. Valkia, she can just keep fighting, because we're going to go charge down these white lions. She's got 3 seconds before she can pop this. Now she's relatively safe against those guys. There's more Illyrian Reavers on the way in. That's a bunch of cavalry of some type. Just gonna try to open this position up and get Valkia through. Because if Valkia can actually get out of there, then we'll be okay. She's just a little stuck up in there currently. Okay, so Khorne Horsemen actually fairly good against Illyrian Reavers. They do a pretty good job of holding up under pressure like that. We are fine. We're fine. We're fine. Fine. Just need Valkia to get the hell out of the Pure Main Company. Our Furies are cleaning up there. We got a bunch of tattered units over here. Hello? Summon, please. My opponent's still in this game. Let's get over here and just try and crush these guys. And then we'll worry about our middle objectives. Could maybe use a Minotaur. What do I need here? I need to send these guys into charge, because they will win that fight pretty comfortably. I'm gonna get a Khorne Gore out. Okay, they did not just crush these guys, which is a little bit alarming. Really thought that they would finish those units off. We got the win here. We're probably just going to play the mobility game again for the late game. And avoid overcommitting. So my opponent has a lot of ground to make up. I mean, he needs a lot of points right now. 2,300 ain't bad. They did their job. Alright, we got that point. We're going to come back over here. We're going to get Marauder out to go to the number 3. Valkia is going to land here and kill these guys. We're going to move up over here. We're going to get all these guys up on this point, and my opponent's not going to be able to take it in time. Because we do have the triple cap, and that's going to be a little bit too much for them to deal with, I think. I could do Furies, but I feel like I want to save up for something a little bit more meaningful than that, right?
Spreading ruin! Glorious brutality!
Come on, Valkia, get him. Get him, girl. So, our defensive formation's holding here. It's going pretty nicely, in fact. We're going to get away with the fleshies for a moment. Collapse there. My opponent might beat me over there. It's okay. I can send something. Valkia just needs to not die for another, like, 20 seconds, I guess.
Let there be chaos!
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Alright, another really close game, honestly. Oh my goodness, dude. let me report the game, and if we have time, I'm gonna go. We're gonna revamp our game that we had against Blood Penguin, because I made a big doo-doo there. That was a big mistake. I just completely forgot to swap the swap OBS back over. So that game is just missing entirely. It was really close, and I'd love to show it off. Where the hell are the high elves? There they are. Okay. Khorne Gores weren't that good. The Soul Grinder was useless. I mean, it would have been better if my opponent had gone with a bunch of single entities. It didn't do that at all. We just had to crack through all this infantry. We actually did fairly well. The Knights of the Brazen Throne were huge in helping in that regard. We didn't bring our Minotaurs out at all. And there just isn't that much for them to do here, honestly. I mean, I don't know. Those Flesh Hounds, man. They're feeling good now. High Elves just go triple SE. That sounds about right, man. See if we can get this whole game in real quick. I don't know if we'll be able to. There's a couple people still playing, but we can, at the very least, I can show off the early game, which I won really hard. I barely held on at the end. I had like nothing left. Just ran out of gas completely. So you can see my opponent's just going for a full mobility build. Literally not a single infantry unit in here.
Demise, for our master rewards those who fight in loyalty to him.
Woohoo. I've got some Marauders, I've got Chaos Warriors, I've got 2 Khorne Gores in the low ground already, a Skull Crusher, 2 Furies to start with a Flesh Hound. I really like opening with Furies because they are very annoying. They're hard to shut down and kill. And they do a ton of damage to anything skirmish, like Outriders, even War Wagons they can tear into pretty well. So having something like this to be able to pressure early is a huge priority for me personally. So my opponent captures the middle objective, which is fine. I know I can't really just rush out of the forest with my Khorne Gores. I don't want them to take a ton of damage from the Outriders, because those guys are just wasting ammo into the trees right now. Nice 1-2 punch from Plague Penguin, trying to go in on the Chaos Warriors while they're engaged. They're going to pull out pretty quickly. They still take a little bit of damage. Valkia's going to try and get a swing in there, but she doesn't want to overextend too badly. She's going to pull out. And Skull Crusher's maneuvering over to screen these horsemen, as well as Karl Franz, while Valkia's waiting in the wings over here. Fury's getting shot up pretty bad. You got the Flesh Hounds retreating as well. I do land a Fury here. I thought maybe my opponent would try to land on those guys, but didn't end up doing so. A lot of damage going down on the Skull Crushers from those Outriders. Doing a reasonably good job of poking them down. The Chaos Warriors, again, having to hold up against an Empire Knight charge, and honestly doing pretty well, all things considered. Could have been a lot worse for them. My Furies, I'm a little incautious with them. I forgot, you know, they're landed. I needed to get them back up in the air. They took a little bit of charge damage from those Empire Knights. The other Fury going after the Outriders here. Doing pretty well. And the Empire Knights do get caught up in my Skull Crushers a little bit. They get a little bit of damage in on those MP boys. More Knights coming in. These Khorne Gores do brace, but the Knights of the Black Rose still punch right through the middle of them. But these guys are going to jump up, and a lot of the unit is very scattered out now. So the Khorne Gores are going to get some really nice surrounds on a lot of those Knights of the Black Rose in that fight. Bruckner is pretty trapped up in here. I got Skull Crushers, Fleshhounds, and Warriors surrounding him right now. My opponent probably counting on me getting trapped up over here, but we are getting really good engages on the Empire Knights. Crushing them with the Minotaurs right now. Fleshhound's doing a really good job of trapping them, while the Furies going to disrupt the Outriders. And getting some pretty good damage on them. Fleshhounds close the gap too now. One Empire Knight is running a detach Valkia to run them off the field. She's quick enough to keep pace with them. She's going to make sure that they don't rally as much as possible. And the Khorne Gores over here get great value against the Knights of the Black Rose. Very expensive unit, wrecked by the 725 gold Shock Halberd unit. Which is pretty awesome. Minotaur is also just bodying Karl Franz in here, but he just slips out through a crack. And now he's back in play. Jade Wizards are really annoying. There's not a lot you can do as Khorne against them sometimes. They just get away scot-free on occasion, and you can only persevere through all that healing so much, right? I mean, it's a lot of value that I've put into shooting, or not shooting, but chopping down Karl Franz to the Minotaurs. He's just going to ignore most of that damage now, which is really unfortunate. Furies trying to kill the Outriders. We do get a nice engage here. They're doing a little bit of work, but then they both start crumbling, and that's the death sentence of all death sentences for Furies. They just they can't hold up once demonic instability kicks in. They're too squishy. So the Outriders survive. They're pretty beat up, but they're, you know, around, which is not ideal for me. Demigryph Halberds charging down the hill, going to be taking down the Khorne Gores on the way. Blood Beasts hanging in, doing what they can. Skull Crushers and the Khorne Gores here have killed Bruckner. Bruckner just got fully surrounded and ripped to pieces. Skull Crushers haven't gotten good value, though, yet. We are going to be looking for an opportunity for good value here, though. My opponent is going in really hard with the Demigryph Knights. I've got some Fleshhounds hounding after the War Wagons, but they divert the second I see a better opportunity here. Killing these Halberds would be massive. I really need to get rid of them all. My opponent counteracts with a really nice stand your ground, buffing up their melee attack, or their melee defense by a mile-high margin, up to 66 right now. After everything is said and done, but still being taken out by the Skull Crushers. You get a great charge in here. Right up onto the flank of the isolated Halberd unit. We are able to take down most of them. There's still 17 models here, but I've already got another fight that I have to take, which is going to be the Royal Altar of Griffites. It's going to be a much tougher engagement. See the Reichland Runefang going down. You've got Hold the Line being procced. I'm dropping Sloughnir just to do damage to the Outriders. We do get a little bit of poke in on them. Chaos Warriors just trying to buffer stuff out and keep those Demigryphs away from this engagement. Really nice Earthblood. Skull Crushers coming back in for seconds, and they are going to collapse onto the rear and fully surround the very elite Royal Altar of Griffites here. And just rip them to pieces, man. I mean, this unit is crazy expensive. They're, what, 1950 gold, I think, in total? And they just get absolutely run over there. Really nice punish on the blob, though, with that Dwellers Below. Not expecting that at all. Getting a nice little chunk of change from my opponent. You can see going from nothing to about 450 value with that one cast. Which isn't the end of the world for me, but it's definitely put me a little bit on the back foot. After you take into consideration all the heals my opponent has gotten, it's been so consistent. It's been very impactful too, and I've got a lot of units in here. With wavering leadership, how's the Blood Hunt actually going to be going down? They just start crumbling from God knows what. At the absolute worst possible moment. Skull Crusher's hanging in here. I pop Horn of Khorne just to grind out whatever value I can with all these units. But it's not looking too good. I mean, I've lost Blood Beasts, I've lost Skull Crushers, I've lost Warriors, I've lost Khorne Gores. I've actually lost 2 Blood Beasts in here. I forgot I had multiples. One of them goes down with a good amount of value. The other ended up dead with only about 150, which is really brutal. Minotaurs did great. They got 2,600. Forsaken hanging on. I'm going to give them the charge order just so they can get their own charge damage in. Khorne Gores are waiting in the wings behind the Minos. Or not behind the Minos, the Forsaken. I was hoping they'd do a little bit more damage. But their leadership breaks and they are going to be running. Martyr Horsemen trying to collapse on the back of this fight, but not really finding any success with that. So I'm going to do my best to pull back, but I've realized it's going to be a little pointless. There's already Empire Knights all over these guys. Halberds are here. There's also the War Wagons. I just need to get engaged in combat. I need to hold points as long as possible, because there's a lot of time left in this game. I've got 1 Chaos Warrior as like my only healthy unit. I've got Flesh Hounds. They're coming back in to do some heavy lifting for me, hopefully. Getting a good engage in the Outriders. Forsaken doing what they can. They're taking down the Knights and these Halberds. And the Flesh Hounds holding up pretty well. They got engaged on the Outriders enough that my opponent's units get really tangled up here. So the Empire Knights, they get a little bit of damage, but their charge is way less impactful than it normally would be against a unit of this caliber. And we're actually able to hold up here. Another Flesh Hound coming in. We're both gassed, man. My opponent's evened up the value a good bit. Karl Franz is killing Valkia right now. Valkia is massively outclassed by the Prince and Emperor sometimes. I'm doing my very best to keep her around, but it's a little too much for her, and she does go down. Forsaken over here, doing what they can. They've been chasing some of the units that my opponent's throwing around. Fleshhounds finishing off a War Wagon is massive, and these Chaos Warriors gonna get a little damage on these Pistoliers as they're trying to push through. Knights of the Black Rose summoned. They drop an order, though. That's a big lapse for my opponent right now. And we do kill both War Wagons, which is massive, because unsummoning War Wagons gets you a huge rebate. Not allowing my opponent to get the 400 or so gold that you get back for unsummoning those guys means that he can't bring out another Demigryph Knight right now. Denied both unsummons. These Empire Knights have been getting pounded by these Fleshhounds who just keep harrying after them and aren't letting them disengage so that they can charge back in and make use of their shock damage and heavy armor. One sec, guys. Next round opponent messaged me. Alright, I'll be there in just a minute. Fleshhounds taking down some of these Outriders. I've got 2 of these guys here, and the Chaos Warriors actually held up the Knights of the Black Rose and the Empire Knights here for a decent amount of time. I've got some Forsaken to come in to slow that momentum as much as possible, and the Fleshhounds are just going to run. I've got all the time in the world to work with here if I just stall the objectives. I can't win outright on trades anymore because my army is just so depleted now. But it is an objective-based game mode. I've got lots of Khorne Gores moving in. They're going to be getting up on the number 3. My opponent counters with Outrider Grenade Launchers, who are a great unit against Khorne. Especially against the Khorne Gores. Khorne Gores just get absolutely folded by those things. It's really brutal. Just baiting my opponent, trying to keep him honest on this objective so he doesn't move multiple units off and try to cap with one. I'm just keeping both these Fleshhounds as close as possible to make sure that he's stuck playing around here right now. Grenade launchers trying to get damage in, but their volleys are a little less than effective with the tree cover here. It's actually saved my bacon pretty nicely. You can see a very accurate volley does a lot more damage than what's been going on up to that point. My opponent almost flipping the number 2. The number 1 over here, man. This Fleshhound unit taking an Empire Knight completely on its own. Really doing a lot of work for me because my opponent couldn't move that unit off of that point because of that Fleshhound. And them actually winning that value trade was really nice, because my opponent could have used that extra Empire Knight over here to get the cap quicker, and also maybe kill my fleshies before coming to tear out all this infantry. I'm barely able to hang on, dude. Super close game. Alright, I gotta go, I gotta do picks and bans. So, I'm playing Shaxx Craft. See if we can get the win here. We got 3 wins, which is huge. That's kind of what I was looking for at the bare minimum. I'd love to get into the top 4. And on lizards, what do I want to ban? Honestly, like all of these for lizards. I'm banning Jade Tomb for the map. Try and force my opponent onto a better map for me. Okay, so fleshies were great. Mino was amazing. Probably just needed 2 Minos. Instead of the 2 Blood Beasts, I hedged my bets a little too much. 500 and 1088 just isn't cutting it. 26 on the Minos is vicious. They did a lot of work while they were on the field. They almost killed Franz, and they killed not just the Demigryph Halberds, but they also did a ton of damage to the Royal Altar Gryphites, which was indispensable. If I hadn't killed the Demigryph Halberds against Plague Penguin, he probably would have been able to come back pretty easily. Alright, we're going to play Bloodgrove. Let's go join our opponent's lobby. I'm going to BRB while I go pee. So, hang in there, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. Let's get the army picking going. I'm gonna get Khorne set up. We're gonna see what we can do here. I'll actually remember this time. I won't forget, I promise. I promise. I know I betrayed you. Last time I did this, we just made up for the fact that we missed that game like a big giant forehead against Plague Penguin. Do want to try and make sure that I get my army set up the right way here. I've got a pretty good idea of what I'm going to do. I'm fairly confident in this build, in fact. We could even go... Oh, that would be so funny. I don't know if that's what I really want to go for, though. Yeah, that's pretty good. What else do I want here? These guys have been doing a lot of good for me. We're definitely going to need some of these. A couple of you. Probably don't need any more of you. One more. One more. Maybe this is the guy to go with, actually. Let's cut this. Let's cut some of these. Get that in here. Awkward amount. A couple of these guys. This looks a lot better. Really thin on that front. We do have these other options, though, actually. I just need a minute to puzzle out what exactly it is that I'm bringing, and then I'll be ready to run it with all the ferocity that the Blood God demands. Okay. We're kicking it off. I actually brought you back this time. I didn't forget about y'all. So sorry about that, that one game. It wouldn't really be one of my streams if I didn't forget, but it is still embarrassing. Do we have a chance at top 4? We actually do have a good chance at top 4. It's certainly not going to be easy. We'll need a little help. But it's doable. Ah, but we're... oh, no. Oh, no. We're playing down one tier. And we crashed, which sucks. Okay, he actually saved the builds, which is cool. He only did the opener. How's his reinforcing army? Oh, he didn't show it was in reserves. Oh, I'm ready to go. Alright, let's see if we don't crash this time. He's got 704 units in reserve. Okay. My opponent went really deep into big single entities. That's going to be a little scary. I'm going to have to play very cautiously around all that. He went with a heal caster. He's got 2 of the Saurus Scarvets on the Carnosaurs. I can only assume. That's what it looks like to me. In my starting army, I don't really have the goods to contend with that. I've got throwing axes. Well, my throwing axes can actually get really aggressive here early. We can fully grab all 3 objectives early, potentially. This might seem a little weird, but we're actually going to keep Arbol facing away from the front line to start off, because for whatever reason, Fleshhounds take like 50 years to do a 180 and run away. I would really like to not have that happen. I can't really afford to lose my army in the first like 2 minutes of the game. So we are going to do literally everything in our power to stop that from happening. And my mouse is doing something. I have no idea what's going on with my mouse right now. It's getting real wiggy right now. I actually like this a little bit more. Because the Furies can get really aggressive onto my opponent immediately. Good luck, have fun 'em. I'm gonna move the Marauders up to the middle. Alright, and we're gonna get a Chameleon Skink immediately here. Super awesome. Arbol is getting shot a little bit, that's okay. We'll just move up and go smack those guys. Let's get out of here.
We have a victory point.
Got the point, we got the Chameleons over here, which is amazing. Big time amazing, in fact. Let's move out of this banishment. My opponent's getting really ambitious by casting it there. It's a good attempt, though, because he is peeling support away from me a little bit. Yep, there they are. Don't really need some of this stuff out. Try and run away. Khorne Gores do get bodied pretty bad, which is not great. Just gonna keep throwing our axes here, forcing our opponent to respect our authority. We're killing a lot of the skirmish here. We need Arbol to get out of here. I really don't want to lose Arbol right now. There's no reason for him to be fighting most of those units anyways. Because they are anti-large masters, basically. Stick here. Get away here. Get away here. Go back to the Khorne Gores on that point over there. We're just going to save up. We got a great engagement on these Croxagores. They are so dead right now. Alright, let's just keep Arbol away from those guys. He can go fight these things. He's going to land. We're going to land over here. We're going to save. Just keep on saving. Just good damage on those guys. We got the win here, though. I think our Furies might be able to beat these Feral Cold ones. Doesn't look like they're doing amazing. That's fine. Let's get these guys out. Let's maneuver over here. Alright, we rampage these guys. Let's get away. Let's actually go over here and engage these dudes. I'm gonna just blast these Source Warriors in the middle as much as we can here. Go in over here. I really want a Flesh Hound to go kill those guys. Great engagement. Killing the Croxies. No, 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 no. Why are you not using this? Oh, you bozo. Ugh. He's so annoying sometimes, man. That's a pretty good banishment. I'm not gonna lie. That's gonna hurt quite a bit. Okay, we got these guys. Let's go get over here. Let's just have these guys fight here. Let's turn around and shoot these guys here. Our Minotaurs are just cleaning house right now. I think I might actually want to bring up Knights of the Brazen Throne, if I can afford it. I actually think they're going to be a pretty good choice. Yeah, we're pounding the Slan. He's not going to die, though. We're just going to do a whole bunch of damage to him. We've got a very healthy Mino over here, so I'm not super worried about anything else right now. I just want to get my super heavy cavalry out and then start dominating engagements, because the terror on the Knights of the Brazen Throne should make it impossible for my opponent to really do anything to me. I did kill one of the Source Scarvets as well, which is amazing. Summon these guys. Let's get in here. Shoot these dudes, I guess. Why not? Ooh, that's a good shot. Okay. Can I please use this on something? Why is everything impossible to use this on? I really don't appreciate the implication. Just keep R-ball after that one guy. We got Source Spears on the way in. My opponent did cap over here. He's doing a very good job of capping around me, which is super frustrating. I don't know how much longer he can keep it up, though, because we do just have, like, a full surround on his entire army. And are, in fact, fully butchering his entire army at this point. Heals are not going to save this Slan, unfortunately. He is just fully dead. Oh, there's a million chameleon skinks over here, which is what's going on, so... Luckily, there's a really quick and easy answer to chameleons. A lot of factions struggle mightily with them. Khorne, you just throw Flesh Hounds at them and you'll melt them. They are very, very weak to Flesh Hound pressure. Alright, Murderous Charge goes off. That's awesome. We're going to just bulldoze over these guys real quick, and then we're going to send the Hellforged Bellers over here. We even got a terror route. We're going to cap this point. We're going to get all these guys over there.
Unending glory is yours.
It's going to be a GG. Let's freaking go. R-Ball, I could have been more careful with. I was a little frivolous with him. Khorne Gourds didn't do much. Throwing Axes were clutch. 11 and 12. Perfect value for them. Hellforged Bellers got 13. Furies did okay. Knights of the Brazen Throne just shredded. Same with the Minotaurs. That was great. That was really great. I thought these Scarvets would be on the Carnosaurs. Just because this army is so small. But, Lizardmen do be expensive, I guess. I mean, that's gotta be it, right? My opponent just needed to bring in the Spear Riders. The Coldwind Spear Riders should have been the high priority summon. Odds on me getting into top 4. Let me report and we'll find out. I don't think I'm going to get top 4. I think my tiebreakers are too weak. I shouldn't have lost that second game. I lost it because of my own arrogance and lackadaisical micro. And we learned from it. We definitely got 2 of the wins, I would say, we got because we fumbled and lost that second game. But I don't think there's a way to make it up. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Never mind. It depends on who wins that. I actually do have a chance at top 4. Holy crap. I made it. By the barest of margins, I've somehow squeezed my way in. Snickerdoodle was our first round opponent, who we were able to beat. Very narrow victory, but pretty worthy one, I would say. What time is it? Holy God, it's 12 o'clock. Ew. Alright, well, whatever. We're gonna find out what we can do here. I'm not 100% sure I'm gonna be able to win this semis game. It's possible, though. Just depends on what kind of factions we run into. What have we got here? We got Vampire Coast. Maxie's playing Coast. I feel like that's doable for Khorne. Anticity is on the High Elves and is undefeated. I'm sure he's doing High Elf single entity cheese, which is... why not? It's super brilliant. High Elf's undefeated against Beastmen right now, really. Crushing Vampire Coast, which is not surprising. Skaven and Chaos Demons, also not super surprising. Not doing well into Khorne. Khorne actually has pretty good matchups against some of these top tier factions. Okay. I mean, 5-2 into Coast, beating Lizardmen pretty comfortably, beating Beastmen a lot. Beastmen have climbed a little in the rankings, just not a lot of people playing them right now. Beating Tzeentch, Hyles, Kislev, Nurgle, Greenskin, Skaven. And then you get down to the rest of the matchups and they look a lot less good. Vampire Counts, I feel like, is pretty doable. Okay, and we're playing Cathay. So, Dark Age Rush is the Cathay player. They're really good. They're very talented. At least I assume they're on Cathay. They play them all the time. Where? The Declaration. Yeah, they're on Cathay. Okay. Okay, guys. I host our lobby, invite them in. We did a little bit of friendly smack talk. I'm ready to get my ass kicked by Cathay. Cathay is kind of tough for Khorne at times. It's not an easy matchup, but it's really not that terrible. Just don't know what we're gonna see, man. You know, Cathay can do so many different styles. Actually, they can actually do elite builds pretty well now with the extra cap weight on Celestial Dragon Guard. They've got crane gunners, they've got cannons. They can just throw cavalry and Onyx Crowmen and Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen and all the mobility in the world at you. I don't quite have that same advantage, I would say. Khorne is a little bit more limited on just how much mobility it can put out. It's not an insignificant amount, but you do wish that it were a little bit more. Your mobility as Khorne is just so expensive. And the stuff that isn't super expensive can be a little squishy. Like Blood Beasts, Furies, Fleshhounds. Like, all of those have some very established counters, which Cathay does have plenty of access to. Road to Talabheim, Valley of Lies, Decrepit Moor. Okay. I don't think any of these are good maps for Khorne against Cathay, honestly. Road to Talabheim is probably the closest. Decrepit Moor is... well, Decrepit Moor might be okay. I have no idea what the Valley of Lies is, so let's go consult this thing. Oh... I recognize this map. Honestly, this isn't a bad one for Khorne. There's actually lots of hills that you can hide behind for artillery. Oh, I don't actually know who's top of bracket. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I'm banning. Okay. Well, we banned Decrepit Moor. If I had to put money on it, we're going to be playing on the Valley of Lies. It's a lot more open, but there's still ways to maneuver around this map, and I have a little bit of experience on it. Playing against somebody who's pretty damn good at a kite faction. We played into a lot of kite today. Wouldn't it just be hilarious if Cathay went with, like, Jade Warrior Wall and we brought, like, mobility answers and didn't have any way to punch through? I think that would probably break my will to live if that happened. Not really, but I'd be pretty irritated for sure. I do know my opponent's tricks, quote-unquote, in this matchup. I'm gonna have to be pretty careful of, some pretty cheesy shenanigans. maybe I don't want those guys. Do I want one of these? Oh, baby. I'm ready to be let down by an all-time favorite unit. I feel it coming. Ugh, money for Khorne, man. So awkward. I just want to get all the good stuff in here, please. Ugh. We'll get one of these guys. Whatever, I'll do two. Definitely. Definitely. More of these guys. Actually, probably not more of them. Damn, just outside the price range. Are you fucking kidding me? That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Let's get it going. Alright, well, I'm not super hopeful about this just because the map is really not good for my faction. But we could still manage something here. We just gotta play stupidly smart. Probably also very duplicitously. No, don't do it. Don't do it, game. I know you're okay. There you go. Okay. Almost crashed out loading in, but here we are. We're on the field. Pretty small armies to start out with. Oh, you don't have very good vanguards here. I guess you kind of do. Khorne's somehow top 4, bro. I don't know how I got here. I'm just, I'm sitting in the corner, wondering if anybody has noticed me yet. Alright, so we're gonna hide our forces to start. We'll just build up whatever we need. We can bring in Skull Cannon for clearing some infantry and also hammering crane gunners and whatnot. We got Flesh Hounds, we got Minotaurs, we got Blood Beasts, we got Horsemen in reserve. I was about to say something else. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just getting a little silly over here. Alright. Our op is ready. There's 2 crane gunners. There's an astromancer.
It matters not.
Yeah, and a celestial general. Okay, peasant horseman to grab points. 1 jade lancer. Alright, I actually am not that scared of this army.
Of Khorne.
Valky are the bloody.
I do imagine that it's going to be pretty frustrating for the early stages. We're going to try and get up in that backfield. That is like literally our #1 goal in life. We're going to work hard for it too. See if our opponent is paying attention. What are those great long marauders? Just gonna send the Khorne Gores back there and the Minos. Just need to get a little closer on these points. Just need to actually cap them. Let's hang out here for a sec.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Yeah, that Celestial General wants to get all up in our face. We don't want to let that happen.
Slaughter personified. Yes.
No, I'm not gonna fall for it. Okay. I really thought the old, hey, I'm not doing anything was just gonna work. I really thought I was gonna get them there. They're not biting though. Maybe we just go all out for this? This is gonna be push and a half, dude. I mean, we are going deep for this. But we literally can't afford to leave crane gunners to fire all game, so we just kind of have to do this. He's gonna see this for sure, or they're gonna see this for sure. Let's get back up in the air. Get the Minotaur out. Yeah. Oh, I fucked up. They were waiting for it. Yeah, that's big ouch. Just try to get as many of these freaking hounds out of here as possible. I mean, this might be okay. We might still be able to collapse on a lot of this stuff.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Look at these guys. Yeah, they're over here. They're fine. They're fine. Alright, we did lose one of our hounds, which was really rough, but I don't know why Valky is all the way back here, because I definitely gave her an attack order. Let's actually surround here. Jade Lancer's attacking. Bloodletters is not great, but it could be a lot worse, truthfully. Need to get these crane gunners. If we get the crane gunners, then I think we can win, actually. I think this might actually be a trap for our opponent, too. Because those crane gunners have to move, and now we can kill the Celestial General. Oh, the Minotaurs! Oh, baby, they just killed the hell out of those crane gunners. These guys are gonna fly over the top. I don't have anything to summon in, but I don't think it matters, because we just caught the Astromancer on the ground, and we are freaking him up right now. These Bloodletters are also doing okay. Khorne Gores are doing their thing. Minos are attacking. The Minos are doing really well there, honestly. Blood Beast, I guess, for pressure. If we kill the Astromancer, then that is massive. Absolutely gigantic. We did kill the crane gunners, and the Minotaurs are still running. which is cool, I guess. Pull these guys back. Let's get these Minos over here. They're gonna go get these Jade Lancers before they kill the absolute hell out of my Marauders. Our Marauders are in a real bad spot there. And those Minos are caught. I mean, they're like fully dead. Let's go bulldoze these Jade Warriors.
Give me blood.
Yeah, that Sloughtner was nasty, bro. Okay. Let's get in there. Let's recharge here. Let's also attack here. Let's get another Bloodletter out. Just run it across the map. We've got the value advantage, which is super cool. Super cool. Let's not get too pig-headed about it, though. I already got punished once for being too arrogant about where we were in terms of value in one of our games earlier. Really like for that to not end up being the case again. Let's pop this. And just get everything attacking at like maximum tempo here. I think if we push the tempo up, we get the dub. Just because our opponent won't be able to match the intensity of our units. So those Khorne Tours are doing great. In fact, they're going to get even better as we pop this on them. Let's go get those Nangao grenades. Let's get these guys in, and these guys need to keep moving up. Pretty please. I'm frickin' begging you. Yes! Oh, roll over them, my minions. Oh my god, bro. Nangao Grenade's trying to hang in there. Let's go around the Jade Warriors here, actually. Well, I don't know if we really need to. I think we just got this game. What's my opponent bringing out? I don't even know what they're summoning here. Oh, an Alchemist. Okay, well that's fine. I'm not worried about that at all. Get lined up, please. Let's actually kill these guys. I'm gonna summon out here. I really need, I just need stuff on the field. I need fleshies. Fleshies are going to be able to counter the mobility that my opponent might throw out. Let's actually land here. Yeah, Empress is Croman bombarding those Khorne Gores as best they can. Not really doing a whole lot, though. There's that Plague of Rust is incoming. Let's just go punish our opponent for messing around a little too much over there. We got Minos back in reserve. They have 1,000,000 value, apparently. That's what it tells me, at least. Let's just get in here. We're just going to face check the Jade Lancers. I think we can actually win if we do that. Is that Crane Gunners rallying over there? It sure is. More Bloodletters. We are winning this fight because we're cool. It's a really nice Searing Doom. That hurts. Not too bad, though. Fairly okay, all things considered. My opponent has a tiny little force right now that is honestly not very well situated for the current battlefield situation. Barely going to be able to get that point back. Let's just retreat. Let's unsummon you guys so that we can get you back in ASAP. We don't want to blob up around that Lord. We're going to dodge the bombs as best we can. It's not going to be perfect. I mean, Empress's Croman are one of the best units in the game for a reason. They're just stupidly annoying. They just bombard you endlessly, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. You just kind of have to suffer. Sometimes. Nope. I might actually nuke my opponent as bad as it does me, honestly. I kind of did, in fact. Okay, Okay, he's got a Jade Lion coming in, which is cool. Style points for sure. Gonna get more Flesh Hounds. I'm just gonna keep up pressure. Just keep attacking. And we do have a Sloughtner here. Those Peasant Spears. I think that'll actually kill them. Oh my god, so disgusting, dude. Oh my god, that's so filthy. Oh, dog. Oh. Ah, that hurts. But we're okay. We're alive. Let's go help Valkia. Just don't want Valkia to die, and we're gonna just fight here, and we're gonna literally buff all of our units into the stratosphere. And we are gonna kill everything. There's gonna be absolutely nothing left alive after this fight. That's my goal here. We could do infantry. I don't think we need to, though. I think that we just won. Like, mega big time won. Dude, the Blood Beasts here have actually been so good. Just go attack these Onyx Crowmen. Because why not? Bugaboo! I see you! Let's go. Okay. 2,500 value on the Skull Crushers, dude. They were crazy strong that game. Guys, I'm telling you, Skull Crushers are pretty good now. They're pretty freaking good. They are kind of a nightmare for a lot of factions. What's up, Mr. Fly? Ba 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 ba. I'm loving it. Alright, can we beat Anticity? I assume Anticity won. I feel like that's just the smart thing to assume. Wow, yeah. Oh, Maxie dropped, and Snickerdoodle played, actually. Alright, guys. I don't know if I can beat Anticity right now. I'm pretty fucking bushed, honestly. I didn't even think I was going to make top 4 after I lost in round 2. So, this is honestly just highly surprising, if you want my honest-to-God opinion. It was not on my bingo card for today. In terms of things that I would be doing. Did not think I would be doing a win. Now I'm ready for the true god of Kite, because Anticity literally like wrote the book on kite play. Road to Talabheim, Edge of the Darkwood. I think we're gonna play Road. definitely... Yeah, okay, we'll do another one of these guys. That's fine. We'll get another one of these guys. Actually, for real. Another one of these. I don't know if I need any more of that unit. Do I need these in my starting army? I actually don't think I want them in my starting army. I'll take one. I'll take one in the start. Cut this guy here. Yeah, and we'll do that. I mean, I'm expecting some really big shenanigans here, honestly. If I don't see a gigantic blob, I am going to be genuinely shocked. I don't know what I'm going to do if I don't see a big blob of high elf monsters advancing on me. The hell else do I need here? No. Maybe so. That'd be really funny, but I don't think it's actually very practical. Could do... Oh my god. So hilarious. That's too expensive on the back end. No way I get all those guys out. I don't even know if I have time to get 2 out. Thinking about it. No, that doesn't feel right. Nothing feels right. I don't know how to finish my build here. That's a meme unit. This is grand finals. Maybe I should take it a little more seriously than that. Fine, I'll bring one of these guys. Odds of winning, mediocre. Odds of losing, pretty high. The odds of embarrassment, hopefully very, very small. I mean, High Elves are a tough faction to play. So we may end up in a situation where our opponent is semi-unprepared for our army. Actually, I know what I need to do. Duh. I mean, what am I? A noob? A fool? A scrub, if you will? Absolutely not. I need to bring my, my carry piece. If I didn't bring this unit, I'd be upset with myself. I actually think it's going to work out a lot better having it. I don't remember which of us won last time we played. Probably Anticity. I've beaten him twice, I think. I think he's got... he's either got 3 or 4 wins against me. I think it's probably 4. I don't actually know. Anyways, I'll just go in. How low can you go? I wish I could deploy closer, but I can't, so I just have to content myself with being all the way back here. That's okay, though. No reason to get all irritable about it. Dragons are going to absolutely dunk on me. And then there's Arcane Phoenixes, who will similarly dunk on me. It's 8 units, so it's gonna be the dragon shenanigans. Whether I'm able to do anything to the dragons is gonna be a big maybe. You might be wondering why I don't have another Minotaur Great Weapon. What the hell is this? A noble on horseback. Okay. There's some rangers in the woods. There's a moon dragon and a princess. Oh, a princess. Okay. Let's stay back. Let's get this point. Let's run up under here. Tentatively move forward. There's that silver helm's coming out. There's rangers over there. Was really pathetic damage, honestly. What's over here? Just a shit ton of rangers, actually. Oh, baby. Oh, no. This is going to be so funny if I can pull it off. Those are Sisters of Avalorn. Let's keep our Khorne gores back. Let's actually get a nice little bundle going here. We're almost ready to spring our trap. We're gonna see how far this takes us. We just need to weather some damage here, and we'll figure it out from there. Alright, this is where we go for it. Really good spot for me to be in, actually. I'm gonna try and get up past that. These horsemen are actually simple sacrificial lambs for the remainder of this dive, honestly. It's fine. That is going to be absolutely crushing right there.
Khorne's blessings.
Keep going. Scrap here as best you can. Let's get away from these big-ass dragons if possible.
Give me glory.
I think we're gonna win here. Minos that can come up. Attacking the healer as best we can right now. Alright, that breath attack could have been a lot worse. We've actually done a pretty good job of withstanding a lot of the damage here. It's fine. Keep attacking here. Khorne are gonna keep fighting. Skull Crushers need to get away from the dragons. Oh, are they netted? Oh, they totally are, aren't they? Okay. Alright, I actually think that we've lost momentum here. Anticity has done a very good job of parrying the pressure so far. He's punished my Skull Crushers really well. The Knights of the Brazen Throne are just getting absolutely nuked right now, which is not good. This is actually a pretty unenviable spot to be in. I thought that what I could get done here was go for a very aggressive push and bulldoze over my my opponent's missile line and take down all of his ground forces with relatively good time. I think I fumbled my dive a little bit too much, but we might not be out of this yet. It's definitely not lost. It's getting worse and worse, though, I will say that. Alright, Shems goes down, doesn't really do much of anything. Valkia is getting pushed a million miles away from everything, which sucks. It's a beautiful breath attack. Khorne are just getting run around in the woods currently, which I don't love. Got Forsaken coming up. I don't know if I can do this. I think Anticity just played this way cleaner than me. It was a really nice shot from the Princess, actually. Get in there, guys. Oh, the Flesh Hounds are just so squishy. They've not been doing it. It's been a little bit unfortunate. I have not been getting the same catches that I was in a few of my other games, and the Knights of the Brazen Throne were a big loss. They just haven't gotten anything done. And all these nets, dude, they've been beautiful. Really nice disruption on my advances. Just go charge into these guys. I think we're cooked, but I'm just gonna go down swinging for now. Giving up the ghost right now is just not in the cards for me. I'm not gonna let it happen. It's fine, he can do that if he wants to. Just try and make those guys unbreakable. Valkia is not quite getting it done. We did get a little bit of a win here. The Minotaurs are literally like being bulldozed by 50 units, but I did get a good cast-off over there with Relentless Rage, which kept those guys in combat. We did kind of shred through some of those units. Not terrible. I just don't think Valkia is going to be able to survive long enough is the big problem. Like, Valkia is really caught out right now. She is not having a very good time. Yeah, down go those Flesh Hounds. Just too much pressure, man. Ah, the Moondragon. Good value. Princess, crazy value. 2,900 on the Princess? Who's this character? Jesus Christ, dog. Princess crazy. Clearly an absolutely insane unit. Those are flesh. Those are silver helms. Those are gonna crush me. We went deep. We went deep. We paid the price for it. The Knights of the Brazen Throne, they got kind of hard countered. The net in the woods over here that stopped them from maneuvering killed me. 100% that killed me. There was nothing I could do about it either. And look at Valkia. I mean, she's like standing up to this Princess pretty good right now. There's just nothing I can do about grinding back the value. The Flesh Hounds have been way too inefficient. They just have not worked out for me. That's a GG. My engage was a little too sloppy. If I had engaged cleaner, I would have been okay, but I kind of fumbled it. Just enough for Anticity to run away with it. And it was mostly this dragon character. She got 3,200 frickin' value, man. There's just not a lot you can do about something like that. I'd probably cut these two Flesh Hounds and get another Minotaur as well. Everything else I feel fairly comfortable keeping the way it is. That's okay. Maybe a skull cannon would have been a good job, or a good idea, but it's also pretty vulnerable to dragons. I think Skull Taker would have just been the better option for a lord. Because he's just so hard to kill, man. He is impossible to clear completely. And he would have been really good for running over all the rangers. If I had been able to use Skull Taker a little bit more, kind of keep Anticity from sticking around on the field with all that infantry, I think it might flip next time we play. He executed way better than I did, so there's really nothing else to say other than that. How's a Bloodthirster look here? Bloodthirsters suck. They are absolute dog shit. They are an abysmal unit with no uses, I promise you. The only match... Actually, I amend that statement. There is one matchup where Bloodthirsters are good, and that's Ogre Kingdoms. Because it's just extra... It's anti-large. It's extra anti-large, and you can't afford to do tons of infantry because Leadbelchers just obliterate you. So there's one singular matchup where they are semi-useful. Now, I would say that's literally it. Alright, so how did we end off here? What, 5-2 or whatever? I got 4 wins in bracket. I got 1 in the semis. 5-2's pretty freaking good, man. I mean, I really wasn't expecting to do all that well, because I played last night. And it was similarly a late stream from Tourney, and I was not playing well at all. Like, way worse than I was playing today. I don't even think that how I was playing now was at, like, my peak. I felt a little sluggish at the end. Especially against somebody as good as Anticity. You just have to be 100% all the time. Thank you, Piston. I tried to bring home the bacon for Khorne. Last time I won a tournament was with them. It'll happen eventually. I'm not going to stress it too much. I feel fairly confident that it'll be coming down the line pretty soon. Oh, okay. You know what? Before we go, I just want to do one little, run through one little potential adjustment. Could also do R-Ball. Did win a game with him. Not because of him, though. You could do an Exalted Bloodthirster, maybe. These guys do hit really hard. They're quite strong. I think they're pretty underrated, but I think Sloupnir for Valkia is just way too valuable. It's so strong. Really does dunk on people pretty good. Skull Crushers, sure. Start out with the Minotaur, do double Fleshhound behind that. Another Minotaur. Just so you got your bases covered with 2. Maybe still bring the Knights of the Brazen Throne. I mean, it's a damn strong unit. This is a great tool for crushing your opponent. I don't know if that's doable against Anticity, but I think it's worth a try still. Get 2 Furies, not go too crazy on the Fleshhounds, because they really underperformed that game. Got 1,500 gold left. He's got 19 units here. I think that's enough. feel like Valkia is too weak to contend with lords on monstrous mounts. That's somewhat true. Valkia is really good at countercharging characters when they land and you have peel. I love Valkia still. I think she's almost as good as Skulltaker is. Skulltaker is by far the best lord, but she's really not that far behind, considering she's, you know, with her optimal kit, she's a full 550 gold cheaper than Skulltaker's best kit here. Which, in my opinion, is pretty much everything except Locus of Fury. There's a lot of stuff you can do. I just needed to play better. The only thing that beat me in that game was myself. And I'm ready to admit that. I'm big, I'm strong. I can let it go. Finally move past it. You just do another Minotaur. I mean, God forbid you not bring tools for large targets against the High Elves, right? I mean, it was the 3 SE thing that I've seen a million times. I should have stuck with my guns and gone more elite with more anti-large answers. I went a little too wide with anti-kite options, and that is part of the problem too. Because the Minotaurs did get good value. The Skull Crushers didn't even do abysmally. The Knights of the Brazen Throne didn't do that well, though. I think if I were to see that High Elf build again, what I would do is I would play cagier on the points. I would just pull back off of them with my infantry and force the High Elves in more. Because when I engaged, the forest behind my opponent ended up being a grave for the knights, right? They got up in there, and then they got netted, and there was no way out for them. If I can avoid getting trapped up in there, then I think I can maneuver them around a little bit easier. I guess I lost a lot of momentum waiting for them. I mean, the other option is a Skull Cannon. I mean, the Hellforged Bellowers isn't a bad call at all. Maybe I just do that. Maybe the Hellforged Bellowers is my first summon, and then I just have all of this anti-large to try and bail it out if the High Elf player goes for it. Because this thing is actually kind of hard to kill. Took like a chariot or something at some other units to back it up to avoid getting overwhelmed. Maybe. Everything is a maybe. I think even with that build that I did have, I could have won it if I had not fumbled my Furies and Fleshhounds early. Because I did kind of trickle them in, and they were a little out of position for Khorne support when my opponent got in with the Silverhelms. We did a good job of dealing with most of the cavalry, but we didn't have quite enough anti-large to kill the princess, who farmed us mostly. Alright. How'd it go? I feel like I've been talking about it plenty. I think I've gone through the tournament nice and accurately for thoughts and feelings and potential ideas for the future. So I'm going to dip out, guys. I really appreciate y'all showing up. It's super appreciated. I'm going to the gym in the morning, so I need to get some sleep. I'm surprised how good the princess was. I mean, she's got an Arrow of Khorne, so I guess I shouldn't be too shocked. That item is genuinely abusive. But whatever. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for tuning in. I'll catch y'all next time. GG's. Peace out. Take care.